Hello. Can't even tell if you can really even hear that. Maybe I'll pump it up a little bit more. Hello. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay. Okay. So it is like in 5 minutes, I think. Yes. No, from the original. I mean, I have Zorana
Okay.
coming, and
Is she
so
virtual?
no, she's coming here.
Oh,
in
good, good.
person. I hope she'll be here. This is virtual. Amelia is virtual. And she sent a recorded video message, which is very nice.
She went to University of Florida, Gainesville. You told me that.
That's right.
How about
Oh, Philip is so busy. He's, actually leaving McDonald's.
Oh, yes.
To Portugal.
Wow.
So he has this one big event, and just wrapping things up, and he says that's the bigger in spirit. But, yeah. I think that that's it.
Okay. Good. So we got a lot of people probably trickling in, huh?
Yeah, hopefully. I hope so. I hope so. I have, do you remember Victoria Edwards?
Yes, yes.
We lost her to COVID, and so her mother and aunt are on their way. So
Okay.
we're gonna have a little number.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So yeah.
I remember, yes, she was at the Phillips College.
Yes,
She was at that
yes,
one. I
yes.
think we were at the table today.
Oh, wonderful. If you like to
Oh,
say a
no,
few
no, I
words,
can't
no. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I know.
Hi. Lori, it's happening. It's happening again. I'm clicking the. Oh. Thank you.
Well, no, I'm gonna put it just for, just while you're speaking, and then I'm gonna come up and then we'll get that. Okay.
5 more minutes. 5. I would like to informally welcome you. I haven't started yet, but I was going to acknowledge you here. And how much for being here. This is awesome. And the host, here, this is kind of a hybrid event, but it's happens to be that way. So technology will accommodate us to invite them to Zoom. And we have our following and Phil both are teachers, Phil and Miles. Phil is for that. Phil and I also have a and I hope everybody has the name tag by now. And, I was told again, the coffee, driver service coffee, the available recipe of our own art is one of their favorites. That's my tea and, snack, the tea coffee as well. So, I'm waiting, for, I don't know, you know, that, we have this, long friend, Victoria Edwards. Who we most supported last year. She was part of our, community. And, her, mother and aunt was here. We don't have any small, memories. I hope all of you together. But, so I'm gonna wait for that. Like, that's not happening. So then we start doing it tonight. Hope that they will stay better. If we just go on with your conversations. Well, that's, you also need to go outside, and walk through that alley and, okay, come back. Okay. Good morning. Hi, Omar. Please take yourself home.
Everybody is waiting, the presenters, right? Just go ahead and there was this. Yeah, they're probably parking also, right? Okay, let's wait. I think few people are coming in with their coffee, and once they arrive, we can begin. Mhm. Okay, I think we can begin in really 2-3 minutes. I think there's some people outside. Okay, okay, I'll just go ahead and start our day. Thank you. Thank you again for being here. I'm so excited to have our 5th anniversary with our group. It is growing and expanding around the world. So that's such an honor. And I would like to also thank all of our supporters for making this event possible, for this space, to George Washington University Textile Museum, and their staff who have been so kind and generous with their time my colleague Lori Karshner here. She has been just amazing in setting up, everything and technology, and she will also help us manage, run the hybrid, sure, hybrid portion of the event, which I thought first, it wouldn't be possible, but thanks to their help and accommodations, we'll be able to make it. Hopefully, everything will run smoothly. Um, and um, uh, and I would like to actually, again, acknowledge our hosts, and I'm going to go through the daily schedule, the Phillips Collection, the Glencairn Museum, and our colleagues from Glencairn Museum are here. Thank you so much for your support and continuous support. George Washington Museum, University Museum, and the Textile Museum. They have been with us. John Wettenhall, the director of the museum, was with us at the very first summit with Dalai Lama. And he has been the main, instigator, the main, the spark behind this summit taking place, because he kept saying that, oh, okay, let's make these commitments to meet every year. Like, okay, yeah, how is it going? Around May, comes and he says, so are we going to meet? I'm like, okay, I guess we can put it together. So that's how the first summit, the second summit in DC happened. And since then, he has been just an amazing mentor and guide for our community and our collaborations. And on the last, and also the Smithsonian's National Museum of Asian Art, I used to work there a couple of decades ago. And I always wanted to go back there and do something at the Islamic Arts Gallery, because that's my background. So hopefully this will happen. Sadly, I learned that one of our speakers will not be able to join us, but I'll explain that later for that day. And all the other supporters, again, thank you and welcome. Woodland Park Zoo here, and Michelle from, well, you have your own, what's it called again? The Wonder Project. So Michelle has been there from very early on. And if I'm missing somebody, just please, my apologies. I'm a little nervous. And also welcome to newcomers, new friends, Nathan in the back, Yulia, Cheryl, Bawana, and Rehane was there last year, I think, on the virtual, and Omar. And also our dear friend, Victoria Edwards' mother is here. So let's go. Before then, John, would you like to say a few words or just keep going? Okay, please, I just skipped the line. I would like to acknowledge the land we are on today. Washington, D.C. sits on the ancestral lands on the Anacostans, also documented as Nakotchang, and the neighboring Piscataway and Pamunkey peoples. We gratefully acknowledge the native peoples on whose ancestral homelands we gather, as well as the diverse and vibrant native communities who make their home here today. So our first day will be very busy. We have actual presenters waiting online that will join us from around the world through Zoom. You might have already received these visuals, but I'll start with an overview, and then Alison Jane will give us her recent research findings on the relationship of curiosity and empathy. Then Nitin Das from India will join us from via Zoom. And he will talk about how he designs nature walks for empathy. And then one of our old timers, Tenzin Topten from the Tibet Museum, our very original host for the very first summit in Dharamsala, India. He's going to join us from Dharamsala, so grateful. And then we will have a dialogue with Sahba Amenikia and Pınar Demiral. Sahba is an Iranian-American composer and a change maker. And Pınar lives in Mardin, Turkey, and they have this amazing program called the Social Circus Project. They have this now flying carpet festival, but they incorporate circus training into their to reach communities and to bridge communities together, children being at the heart of their whole, focus. And Amelia Winger-Bearskin, one of our old timers again, she was at the very first summit. She cannot be here, but she sent us a recorded video message. She is also an artificial intelligence and visual arts person and an artist. So I hope you will enjoy her presentation. And in the afternoon, we have Susie Wilkening. She will give us the first insight on her ongoing survey, museums-wide survey on, essentially how people find meaning, how, where do we find meaning, focusing on museums and museum engagements. And Philippa Hughes, she's a local artist and, connector. She will talk about her new project on making dialogue, creating dialogue spaces in museums. Amy Wilson, author of Empathy for Change, she will talk about her work in the White House and how she has been continuing her empathy building project by weaving communities together. And then we will have this wonderful workshop by Eval. Unfortunately, Sarah became sick and she is not able to join us. We wish her well. I hope she recovers soon. So Eval will be with us to facilitate that presentation and workshop, which also will be here in this room. And then we will conclude the day with informal reflections with Omar and Cheryl and all of us, really. This is a place where we are going to make a circle because these tables actually move. And we will be able to just reflect on the day, why we are here. At the end of the day, I think will be our chance to really talk to each other. Due to the nature of this program, with the Zoom participation and everything, international participants, it had to be really like presentation heavy in the morning. So that's our intention, is to have the last hour. And then after, after our conversation, there's this lovely place across the street called Tonic. We can just walk over there. They have outdoor space. Hopefully it is not raining. And we can just have some drinks and appetizers and continue our conversation there. So again, thank you for being here. The second day, I will go through these every day, actually, and so I'm not going to take time to that now. I would like to jump right into our theme, which is the heart. And I have shared with you His Holiness the Dalai Lama's special message to us about, an education of the heart. And this theme was inspired by our keynote speaker last year, Kabir Helminski, who's an author, editor, and also a Sufi teacher. And he talked about the heart's capacity as a organ of spiritual perception and how it can actually perceive qualities. You cannot really talk to heart about quantities. You can give it all the numbers, but if it says something else, that's it. Heart won't change its mind. So some of us were very curious about, how does this look like? Because of course, when you say heart, it is love, right? And it's such a big topic, even more confusing than empathy sometimes, right? I mean, there's so many definitions and everything. And we talk about love, we feel love in our heart, but we rarely come together and articulate it in these kinds of settings, meaning that these are the settings, we work in museums, academia, and in creative environments, community builders. We can create narratives, we can create new narratives. That's our power. We don't have to live with the old narrative. So the more we talk about these issues, they have their own life, actually. These words, the heart, knowing through the heart, seeing through the eye of your heart, love, it becomes a part of our language. And it is, and I live this, since I started this empathy building project. It is just amazing how these concepts become alive, and they are energized by our input and engagement. I promised that I wouldn't cry. But when I talk about heart, there's someone who would have been here, such a dear friend. I'm sorry. It's gonna happen, whatever is gonna happen. She would have been at the heart of this conversation. She was Victoria Edwards Torrey, and her dear mother is here, Miss Angela Davis. Thank you so much for coming, and Angela Edwards. I'm sorry, and thank you for coming here. and um, and so I would like to. I have a poem for Victoria, and but first I would like to show her beautiful face to you, and you might remember her from. And this top picture actually is from our online workshop at the Chautauqua Institution. So that's why her head is, but I love that, I think she's probably looking at us right now. She produced this amazing dissertation, and her work was truly, truly transformative, and is truly transformative. And she literally, at her young age, she left a legacy behind her. She definitely inspired me with my whole heart. Um, at the Chautauqua, she participated in the summit, Empathy Summit. She presented at the summit, and we collaborated in the short 2 years that I've known her. Every time, every possible way. And her exhibition, the exhibition that she created for, I think it is the Colored Girls Museum. Welcome, Nina. Thank you. And Nina is Victoria's aunt. Thank you so much for being with us. And so that exhibition, Queens, the Weight of Our Crown, is a really, I think it's going to be a reference work for future, really, if it's not already. I highly recommend that you check out the online exhibition. I believe it is still available. If not, I might have some more information on it that I'm happy to share. I'm a big fan of Victoria, and I try to collect, all of her work. Including the recording of the Chautauqua workshop. Then we collaborated after the Empathy Summit. She presented at the Empathy Summit. She produced a lovely article for the American Alliance of Museums, AAM's museum magazine, about her ongoing work. And she couldn't participate the last summit because she was just so busy getting that exhibition up in Pittsburgh at the August Wilson Center. And she was going to come, but then she said, Edith, I'm so sorry, I can't make this. I just have so much. And then I said, we'll do it again. And we will. So thanks to our two dear friends again. And these are just, like happening simultaneously in the universe. Brenda Colvin from Fashion Institute of Technology in New York, State University of New York, said, Edith, we should create a student engagement framework for designing for empathy so we can bring young people, diverse communities into this conversation. I said, great. And then we met, I met with Angela and Nina, and I heard about their efforts of establishing a foundation for Victoria. I said, we have to name one of our scholarships for Victoria. And thanks to their generous support, we have the seed funding to make that happen in partnership with Fashion Institute of Technology. By the way, they will be our host next year, and I'll talk more about that. And it's work in progress. We don't have all the pieces in place yet, but we are hoping to really get more grants and expand our reach under Victoria's vision. And with that, I would like to read a short poem for Victoria, and I need my glasses. Can I move this device? Is it okay if I put it down? Okay. to take a step without feet. This is love, to fly towards a secret sky, to cause 100 veils to fall each moment. First, to let go of life. In the end, to take a step without feet, to regard this world as invisible, and to disregard what appears to the self. Heart, I said, what a gift it has been to enter this circle of lovers, to see beyond seeing itself, to reach and feel within the breast. My soul, where does this breathing arise? How does this beating heart exist? Bird of the soul, speak in your own words, and I will understand. The heart replied, I was in the workplace the day this house of water and clay was fired. I was already fleeing that created house, even as it was being created. When I could no longer resist, I was dragged down, and my features were molded from a handful of earth. This poem by Rumi just, I think, to me, it encapsulates uh, the beautiful person and body and human being Victoria was, and she simply returned home, and she is now home with in love and all of our hearts. With that, I would love it if you could please say a few words.
Good morning, everybody. Um, as a, I had to write my song, just sorry. As an educator, I speak to large groups and people. I find that these events are the most bittersweet. My daughter Victoria, who would have loved to be here this week. Um, she was my best friend. We talked all the time. So I feel like I know Elif, and I know the members that were here and the events and participation. So she would have loved to be here today. The theme of the summit, which is the heart, truly spoke to Tori's passion. She lived every day for her passion. But 10 months ago, God had a different plan for my little girl. Back in December, when I started to plan her, I chose to write her obituary. I went through all the documents that I had of Tori because I wanted to find something that was in her voice. And I found something, a piece I'd like to share with you today. It was her application to the University Arts to pursue her degree in exhibition design. When beams of light trickled in through the exhibition curtains at the end of the hallway, I instantly felt a rush of guilt and admiration. This was a sensation our blind tour guide would never feel again after the motorcycle accident he described over lunch on the last stop of the Dialogue of in the Dark tour. I don't know if anyone's aware of that. His endurance was so powerful to me because my mom has been physically handicapped her entire life. So in a way, it's her normal. He unfortunately had to adjust to being blind suddenly. So at 13 years old, I realized just how insightfully brilliant an exhibition could be. But simply creating an environment where you have to become someone else, even if it's only for an hour, I walked away with the unfortunate knowledge of everyday blind life experiences. Sometimes I have never even been able to experience firsthand as my mom's everyday struggles. The moment I realized that I could be an artist, creating and developing exhibitions that impact people the same way, I was touched by Dialogue in the Dark, and I knew that museum exhibition planning and design was perfect for me. It was just amazing that my brother-in-law thought at 13 to take Victoria to this exhibition that changed her life. Just a little bit, when COVID started, my sister and I would speak to Tori because she was by herself in Kansas City. She had just moved there before it started, so she knew no one. So we would have hours and hours of conversation and Zooms together. During these calls and our close conversations, we talked about planning the future and what she wanted and how we could impact that. Her dream was to start her own exhibition design firm, which is why she took the job in Kansas City. And as the youngest Black female exhibition designer in this country, she achieved that goal. Her words, "My dream is to teach people to be mindful of how their role affects everyone around them. My dream is to be able to use my art for social awareness, to teaching the upcoming generations lessons that they may not learn sitting in regular classrooms." Over this year, my sister and I lamented on how we could keep Tori's, or Victoria, as you know her, but Tori, her dream alive. So with prayer, my sister, my cousin, and I co-founded a nonprofit, the Victoria Arts and Empathy Project, which is a foundation that we started for Victoria. Our goal is to keep Tori's dream, to inspire, unite, educate communities about social awareness and empathy through the arts. So, Elif, I want to thank you for having such an impact in Tori's life. I don't know everyone here individually, but if I heard your name, I would say, "Oh yeah, and I remember you saying," because that's how Tori was. She was just so excited to be here. So thank you for letting me be here, my sister and I, to open this conference and to just tell you how impactful you have been and how impactful your jobs are as designers and working in museums. If anyone wants to reach out, I have the website. We're trying, as I said, we just started. This has been the hardest thing in my life to do. But if you want more information, my email is Angela Edwards at the vrartsandempathyproject.org. Okay, so when the site is up, if you send your information, I'll be more than happy to send you links. We do have some activities planned and projects, but again, I'm gonna hit Elif up because her vision is where Tori is. So thank you, everybody.
And so thank you again for this introduction and for your presence here. So grateful that we could make this happen. We'll definitely collaborate, God willing, and we'll keep in touch. And any information you would like to share out, we are here to help you. And so is anyone else, I'm sure, here. Okay. Thank you so much again. Thank you. So going back to our theme again, this year, heart. Referring to last year's, keynote speaker Kabir Helminski, and also Dalai Lama's wonderful letter acknowledging our efforts. He mentioned this phrase, "an education of the heart," which is very familiar to me, growing up. But I would love it if you could also keep this theme in mind, throughout the summit, and maybe reflect on it, and we can discuss how what empathy might have anything to do with it. So with that, I would like to begin my presentation, and I know we're a little late, but we are okay. Everybody okay online? Okay, 10 minutes. Yeah, okay. So this is my so I would like to talk about these items, and surprise, they're all about empathy. And we're going to talk about why empathy, what is empathy, what is empathy building, what is designing for empathy, and what goes in it, and how to design for empathy. I would like to also ask you to keep in mind that this is definitely a work in progress. This is all this information is the result of our collective efforts. It is not coming from one person's research in a library. We have been working on this for many years, collaborating through workshops and conferences, and chapters, writing chapters. Um, so any input is more than welcome. I would be so grateful. So why empathy? We get so many. I mean, if you Google, you'll get a million reasons why how people talk about empathy, why we need it. This is just an example, which is of interest to our planet, because to achieve a sustainable future, we all need to act urgently to protect biodiversity, the web of life that connects and supports us all. And as you know that, United Nations, Sustainable Development Goals, they have these, wonderful goals that the world has been tackling in their own, respective areas, the industry and everyone really. But let's take a closer look at this phrase. The future for all. Act, protect, all. What does that mean really? What is all? What do we need to act? How do we protect? What can we do? We have so much data in support of each of these goals. Beautiful visualizations of data. And scientists have been talking about all kinds of numbers and the reasons for which we need to act now. But beyond data, data and numbers that really talk to the intellect, I think it is our heart also sometimes decides whether we need to act, we can act or not. So what would it take for us to care for all and act for its well-being? This reminds me of this story in Rumi's Mesnavi. And in this village where, in Anatolia, they have never seen an elephant before. And my colleagues at the zoo probably will just like, what? They did that to elephants? They put them in a... Okay. uh, I hope I'll be safe here. No judgment. Okay. you know, um, so this entrepreneur from India brings this elephant to this village in Anatolia where no one has ever seen. At night they arrive and they go into this dark place, and they charge people to come in, and it's like a curiosity, right? What is this? So everybody goes in, and somebody touches the leg, and they say, this must be a building. It's a temple. And then somebody touches the ear. Oh, this is a magnificent Persian carpet. And then somebody touches the top, climbs and sits on. This must be a throne. So even though like they're in the same room, they're looking at the exact same thing in the same room, they have very different perceptions of what they are with. And this is basically our everyday life, how we perceive the other through our fragmented worldviews, right? That are very specific to us. To see the whole as one thing, we need a pragmatic perspective shift. And this perspective shift is not an intellectual shift. It's an experience. It depends on an experience and a lived experience. And I know that there are wonderful work that's being done in VR and augmented reality, and some of them are effective. And there's also research being done on the effectiveness of those. But empathy is our inherent instinct. I mean, it has been with us since we have become humans. So we don't really need much. We just need to be in the same room and listen to each other without judgment. And that's where it begins. And just to give space, that's how it begins. Um, but I believe that this paradigm shift is essential for our collective future. And empathy can be a spark for this. Another story from Rumi's Mesnevi is, and by the way, illustrations are by my brother, Fatih Durmuş. Thanks to my brother who lives in Turkey, who has done all of my illustrations since day one. Thank you, thank you. He's a children's book illustrator, so these are from his books. Um, so there's another story about this lion, this dictator lion that lives in this forest, and he's so such a terrible character that he ordered the animals to come and sacrifice themselves because he doesn't want to even hunt. He's like, no, one of you will come every day at my lunch, and okay, you decide among yourself which one of will be, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. But I just, if I don't see you, you know what will happen, right? And then one day, this like little bunny, a rabbit, like we can't live like this, people. We have to do something. I'm gonna just risk this. And he arrives, the rabbit arrives a little late, sort of like uh, trying to catch his breath, and he says, "Oh my lord, I'm so sorry, I'm late for our lunch appointment, but I'll be your lunch." But there was this other lord, other a king that kept me from coming and serving you, and I just like I escaped literally, just and then just ran here to you. And hearing this, the lion goes, "Who is this other king? Where does he live? Take me to him and I'll show him." And then the rabbit takes him to this well where there's just a little bit water left underneath, which just creates this like mirror-like surface in the bottom of the well. And the lion peeks in the well and immediately sees this like ferocious lion looking at him. And, all the eyes are red and everything. And then he goes like, "Roar!" And then his voice comes back to him amplified from the bottom of the well. And he's like, "How dare you!" And then he jumps with rage into the bottom of the well. And I believe this is very timely. None of these problems are new. None of those goals. maybe they have changed format and whatever the systems, but they're all human problems. And I think we need to learn to look at ourselves in the mirror and realize that there is really no other. And we are doing this to ourselves. So there's one, and we are all one. And what goes around comes around. And there's a danger if we do not really realize this and try to find out, trying to create these experiences and mechanisms where individuals can go into these safe spaces and learn to do this. This can be learned. In some cultures, this is learned from really birth, since birth. It comes naturally because the stories and the authentic individuals that live around them with their examples are there. But it doesn't come easy to everyone else. So there are people, there are communities that might not have access to this, even though they know it in their heart. They might not know how to actually turn this into a tool of survival, really. And and that's why I believe that museums can be platforms for reflection. And this is also a good example to talk about why empathy should begin with the self. Self-knowledge, knowledge of the self, what a human being is made of, with my heart, not just my intellect, but with my heart, with my soul, with my worldview, with my culture, socioeconomic background. All those things affect who we are, and only through which those filters we see the other, we perceive the other through us. So we can never be like them. We can never take another person's shoes literally, physically and physiologically. It's not possible. But we can imagine, and we can try, and we can try to expand our heart to keep a safe space for the other to just be. And I'll try to share with you some ideas coming down the line. So empathy, the meaning of empathy, right? Empathy as a tool of transformation. I'm not going to go into what is empathy, how is it defined, and different. There are many, great books, and I really highly recommend Susan Lanzoni's book on empathy, a history. She has been a great collaborator. Also, she presented in our past summits. All the recordings are online, by the way. And it is not linear. Empathy is not linear. It is not like you first do this and then move on to this and then do this. It is everything. It is everything mixed, and people come in different makes, right, to accommodate this phenomenon, human phenomenon. But at the bottom, at the not bottom, but the most basic form of empathy is reactionary empathy, reactive empathy, connecting with the other automatically. For example, if I start yawn, which I don't want to do because we have a long day, but you would all start yawning. But if I start giggle, like in a bus, you're going somewhere, like somebody starts giggling, it's just like contagious. Everybody starts, laughing and giggling. You don't even know why, but that's why, we are wired for it. And that's how our body knows, right? That's another way of knowing. Not just heart and intellect, but also our body. And then there's a danger, slight danger in this because it could be manipulated easily by design. And then the cognitive empathy is you make an effort to imagine what it would be like to another, like another. And some research talked about, this causes, empathy fatigue and everything. But these are not really conclusive in my view, because they refer to a certain group of people in these studies, and they sort of share it like, oh, all humans are like this. I mean, maybe they don't do that, but I read it that way because I'm not a scientist. But at the end, it depends on how each individual is made, and how neurology, their capacity. So it can be varied. Compassionate empathy is where where most social entrepreneurs and change makers are in this space, where there's this deep understanding of the connectedness of all things, the interconnectedness, and my own individual space within this greater, vast, interconnected thing, which is the whole or all, right? And I've never seen anybody complaining, like, I've never seen any of those people having fatigue. It is, I think, that's love drives them, really. Um, so going back to Susan, how Susan describes it at the end of her book, the ways in which we imagine empathy are important, for these imaginings themselves can open out new possibilities for connection. Empathy dares us to move beyond the habitual borders of the self to reach toward another human being, animal, art object, or the natural world. We need we need the self to empathize, but we also have to leave it behind. This is one of empathy's mysteries, but it is also its promise. So in my research, I first created this uh, visual to show, like, oh, it starts with empathy and it goes to, all these like emotional, cognitive, compassionate, and then it turns into action, in compassionate actions such as altruism. But I came to understand that it is more like this. It's the infinite cycle, really. And all of these elements can be a portal into this cycle. And I didn't have it, but now I have love also included that. And love, not as something that we're trying to reach, that it's out there, separate from us. It is actually maybe the reason why we are here to begin with. What drives us to this subject, why we are doing this. And so I think all of these items, empathy, compassion, altruism, which leads to a sense of purpose, fulfillment of human potential, where you find, meaning in life through helping another. This is all an infinite cycle. Because we are in Washington, D.C., I don't know if anybody remembers this scene on CNN. I was watching the elections, and I'm like, oh my gosh, they use the word empathy. And they use it over and over again, right? The people have chosen empathy. Or have we? I don't know. I don't know. Is it that simple? Is it that simple? Are we any better? This is actually why we are here. Because most people, and even our leaders, they don't realize that empathy is not something that we can take granted for. We have to, work for it. And create these spaces where people can feel safe and open up and explore and discover the empathy within. And empathy within, again, not as the final outcome. Yeah, I found empathy, but what empathy means to be a human being? What is it? How is it used? Why is it there? Why are we wired for empathy? Um, so yes, so I think the goal is, like we can use museums for intentional empathy building to raise awareness of our essential interconnectedness. With such thoughts in mind, I started my work by reaching out to a wide variety of experts, and Zorana Ivsevic, who's here, who actually helped me create that empathy chart, because so I was just she was a co-contributor to both books, but also the first book, Fostering Empathy Through Museums. And I was like, Zoran, I cannot, like, what is it? What is empathy? Help me out. Like, I'm thinking this way, but like, if I say it like this, is it correct? I don't want to be all, like in the, out there. Uh, you know what I mean? And so this is all collaborative work. And it started as empathy building through museums initiative. And now it is under this new organization that I found, One, Organization of Networks for Empathy. And the second book has, and I'll talk about it a little bit later. It's a sort of work in progress, basically. So with the first book, this is what I found out at the end of, after the book was published. There was some work and presentations and conferences. The summary of the book is this, basically, is that there are 5 ways that are scientifically proven that museums can foster empathy. And by being a safe place for encountering the other, through storytelling, which also creating new narratives is a new important thing that we need to do, experiential learning, creating experiences of awe and wonder, and contemplation. And then in this journey, we had these wonderful summits, and the 5th is just happening now. But our first summit, as you know, that started in 2018 with where His Holiness the Dalai Lama was the host. And then we have been collaborating since then. Really, thanks to the efforts of John, who just like every year he, we sometimes we connect, make sure, and you're like, okay, are we doing this? It's like, yeah, you have the space. Come on, just start. And then here we are. So I would like to just, I have been talking about these things, but I have not really put them in writing until now. So I would like to share these definitions, working definitions that I'm in my mind right now. Again, they are work in progress, but this is where, how I see things from my perspective. So from my work, what I've learned is designing for empathy is a framework and an international platform for multidisciplinary cross-sectors collaboration to deepen our understanding of empathy and to develop context-relevant tools for empathy building, utilizing oneness mindset as a master perspective. What is oneness mindset, you might ask? Oneness mindset is a master perspective inspiring how we might see our world and our place in it, informing how we might utilize our tools, knowledge, resources, institutions, our positions of leadership, technologies, systems towards harmonious engagements with the whole. Oneness mindset is inspired by oneness of being, a concept, an ancient concept that has had many names in many cultures around the world over time, as long as humans existed. And if you're interested in, I have those, other sort of names for this concept available, like Advaita, I think in Hinduism, I believe, and there's like Native American sort of equivalent of this theme. But I think, our knowledge, so, I mean, this is inherent. Humans have known about this, our oneness, our interconnectedness, almost forever. But the question is, what can we do now with what we have available to us? We have more technology, we have systems, we have, professions, we have spaces, we have, objects. what can we do with what we have now to bring this concept alive for people, so more and more people also understand um, and know about it. You know, you cannot make anybody to just, yeah, I'm all, with you 100%, but at least what we can do is we can present it as a considerable option, like any other narratives that we get every day. What is empathy building? From this perspective, empathy building is an intentionally designed, transformative, perspective shifting, and perception expanding lived experience, which utilizes the ingredients, what I call the alchemy of empathy, to develop self knowledge. Through self knowledge, we can notice, observe, and articulate the filters and biases that affect our perception and empower ourselves with the ability to develop a capacity for accountability and self-correction in our engagements with the other. And the, the aha moment, drum roll, an evolving definition of empathy, again, within this context. Within the context of designing for empathy framework, empathy is a form of perception that enables us to connect with ourselves and with others while awakening us into our oneness. Empathy leads us to develop a recognition of the intrinsic value of each unique element that makes up the whole and encourages us to calibrate and harmonize our attitudes and behavior accordingly. Uh, in designing for empathy, this is the summary of that book. It is constructed in a way that it answers each sort of segment, three segment of the book answers one of these questions. What is the object of our empathy? Empathy by definition is a dualistic term, right? You have to have an other, and which is true in our physical, bodily existence. But there are other ways of knowing also, where and the oneness also, like in those ancient traditions, not ancient, also living traditions, that it tells us that there is really no other, and physiologically it is not that way. It is a way of going from duality to oneness, using duality and multiplicity to recognize the unity and the oneness underneath or behind that multiplicity. And how do we perceive the other? And a way to sort of explore this within ourselves. How do I look at the world? Do I use more of my intellect? Do I always rely on my heart? Or am I aware of my conscious experience of the space I'm in? My worldview, which is everything that you have heard and have done or been done to you since birth, or augmented reality, which is becoming another sense, right? Almost a different sense of perceiving the world, which has its own issues, because if we cannot really figure out who we are as a human being, human beings, who are not perhaps have not explored these, are designing those very powerful experiences for us, and maybe unknowingly they're also transferring their biases through the technologies that they create, which also has really enormous implications in our world in terms of equity and accessibility. Alchemy of empathy is the ingredients of empathy, and this is again there's a chart, you can refer to it. These are qualities of what makes empathy happen. What fosters empathy? We know empathy happens. We realize, oh, this was a nice experience. I've felt empathetic, but really, what makes it so? Is it the food that we share? Is it the fact that you have all chosen to come here in person? Our proximity to each other, being in the same room? Is it storytelling? Is it humor? There are many things. I believe that if we can identify and start articulating those qualities with the empathy frame in our mind, we can better design those experiences that create empathy. Oh, and then of course the end, to what end are we doing all this work? Of course, the implications of empathy is everywhere. It permeates all aspects of our lives, from education to professional life to the technologies that we use. So it is extremely important that we really understand what empathy is. And we talked about these, and I discovered actually that these qualities are not, they don't have borders and edges. They're not like puzzle pieces. They're like water drops, or they're interbeings. They live within each other. So in play, there's vulnerability and storytelling, perhaps, and courage. So it is not just one thing. And maybe in storytelling, there is, intentionality and awe and wonder. So we can sort of create all kinds of different combinations, and it's not like we can create; it already happens. I'm suggesting that we take a deeper look and articulate and see, from different perspectives, different disciplines, different walks of lives, how these qualities unfold in cultural experiences, in museum experiences, in science, in our engagement with the environment, animals, to be mindful. Oh my gosh. Okay. Uh, okay. So we talked about that. Okay, I'm gonna go through this very quickly. I'm happy to share with you these slides uh, with dots. Self and the other, and also this is very new. It's work in progress. Uh, So this is how empathy building works. You create a non-judgmental listening space, and then you create a perspective shifting experience, what I call disorienting vulnerability, just like what Victoria was talking about in Dialogue in Dark. Dialogue social enterprises are one of the first organizations in the world who have done this, and they do an amazing job. They have many experiences. Highly recommend you look into their work. And through the experience, uh, we can be mindful and invite people to also have like a triple focus as we are going through the experience or after we left the experience. Focus on the self, the other, and the whole as a unit, and then noticing and acknowledging our own reactions to events, that the experience, and taking responsibility. And this doesn't have to be a really like it can be done very subtly, so you're not really placing anybody in on the spot, like, oh, you have it really bad, how terrible person are you, not like that, but this is more like each individual through a well-designed experience can discover their capacity and their own filters and biases within themselves, and they take that to life, and it comes handy in another engagement, and that's how we learn. So let's say this is me. Okay, so I have my self-centric worldview. I grew up with certain stories in a certain culture, in a certain climate environment, and these all of these things shape my worldview. And my worldview includes these paradigms for each aspect of the life, right? It's like this business, scientific, spiritual, empathy. So my empathy, understanding empathy is maybe more closely related to spiritual than scientific or business. Uh, so we all have these in our mind, in our making. So here comes the other. So that person also comes with his or her worldview, right? Which is different. But if I can point out to something, these heads, if you notice that they're looking through their eyes, but actually there's this infinity going on. Like this is actually oneness. We each actually have a part of the other in ourselves by design. And so you just need to sort of like activate it a little bit. So this self-centric worldviews, they create, tension and conflict as we go through our lives. We are in the same space, looking at the same thing. Sometimes we sort of constantly try to, maintain our borders, right? Our safety, zone of safety. Uh, and even in this worldview, uh, this worldview leads to, fear and separation. Me and people like me, and then there's others in a separate circle, and then uh, we are in the middle, and none of them are ours. They're outside our circle. And within this worldview, again, even with our best intentions of being inclusive and have integration, uh, I believe our designs are still flawed, because integration, how we experience today is basically you know, hire certain people or you include certain people, but they do their own thing and you do their own thing. You really never really engage, you know, at a meaningful level. And inclusion is, yeah, you know, like we are here in the same place, you know, like is there any meaningful connection? So this is the difference between this worldview, self-centric worldview, and the oneness mindset. In oneness mindset, the self, which is me over there in a black dot, I realize that I'm not inside or outside of a circle. I am the circle. And so we all are. We make the circle. We are the circle. And each dot on the circle has equal distance to the center. So there's really no hierarchy. And there's and diversity is appreciated because each dot also has a slightly different perspective of the center. Again, even if we are in the same room looking at the same thing, oneness mindset can inform our thinking that even when I'm looking at the same thing, each of these selves will see it differently. That's given, you know, so do not expect otherwise. But at the same time, oh yeah, like this, right? And uh, so yeah, this is how it then what it translates into. So you are not really trying to, you cannot really be another person, right? You cannot really never really feel exactly how the other person is feeling or have experienced. But what you can do is like you have this understanding of our non-hierarchical existence of oneness, and then you can learn to make space, a safe space for the other. And the more we experience this, you know, sort of train ourselves in this, we can expand our library of narratives. And the more we expand our library of narratives and worldviews through our engagements, the more our worldview also expands to include others in a safe space. This also acknowledges and celebrates the immense potential of each individual, each self, each dot that makes the circle. And through these connections, there are creative connections. You know, I grew up in Turkey. I grew up at looking at these geometric designs. So this is the first image that came to my mind, but it may look different in your, you know, in your culture or in your mind. Each individual, again, you know, even though I, as a self-centric view, I'm at the center, I know that I'm connected to this much beautiful, larger whole I'm a part of. And each has its own reason for being there. And there's really no hierarchy. And with this view, I think it becomes more difficult to sleep at night if your neighbor is hungry. No offense to foxes. I love foxes. Um, so I would like to conclude with that and invite everyone to think about the role of heart and the oneness mindset. And as we design these experiences, you know, what they might look like, what else can we do to bring these concepts to life for people? Our next summit. Ta-da! So it is through this student engagement network. Next year we will have a similar format, but with new additions, where we will have you know, Victoria's scholarship. The winner will be announced at this event, hopefully, and then the depending on the structure of the scholarship, and they will get to present their work in alignment with our summit. So you all can engage with young designers from diverse backgrounds, learning about their work, and then they also get to present at the summit, and they become a part of our network. So we learn from them moving forward. So please save the date. Thank you so much for being patient with my talk. I don't know, I'm lost in time, but I hope we're okay. And our next presenter is Allison Jane Martiniano from University of Wisconsin. And shall Thank you. So now we'll transition into bringing her via Zoom.
All right, we see you now. All right, Allison, you can go ahead and unmute and share your screen.
All right, hello. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, well, hello. My name is Allison Jane Martingano. I'm an assistant professor of psychology at the University of Wisconsin-Green Bay. And today I want to discuss some of the recent research that I conducted with my colleagues at the University of Indiana, which is Sarah Conrath, Victoria LaGrange, and Jasmine Litton. We're actually still analyzing the data from this project, and I'll be looking to publish it shortly, but you lucky folks get an early sneak peek today. So with that in mind, I'd love to hear your ideas as we go through on alternative analyses that we could try as we're actively thinking about how to make best use of this data that we have. So before I get into our research, I want to share a story with you that illustrates why my colleagues and I were interested in the relationship between curiosity and empathy. Some of you might know this story already. It's the story of Derek Black and how mutual curiosity at college led him to rise out of hatred, as NPR described it. When Derek Black started college, he was a white nationalist leader, actively promoting his ideas on the radio, internet, and at conferences. Many students avoided or berated him when they learned of these activities, but a Jewish student, Matthew Stevenson, invited Derek to his weekly Shabbat dinner, and Derek accepted. Both Matthew and Derek initially showed curiosity about each other and ultimately developed an empathic understanding and care, despite Derek's anti-Semitic beliefs. Over time, Matthew and Derek became friends through those weekly dinners, which Derek credits as one of the reasons he ultimately left white nationalism. This story demonstrates the importance of respectful interactions despite ideological differences. Differences are common on college campuses with people from different countries, economic groups, ethnicities, religions, political affiliations. Indeed, years of intergroup contact research has shown us that positive interactions with people from different backgrounds can promote empathy and thereby reduce prejudice. But Derek and Matthew didn't simply have contact. Critically, they actively approached each other with curiosity, which motivated them to understand one another. This is the potential power of curiosity, to motivate empathic engagements across differences. For our research, we wanted to test this power empirically to see if curiosity can increase empathy, and especially empathy for people with politically dissimilar views from our own. The idea that curiosity might increase empathy has been hypothesized for decades. We were not the first people to think of this, although it's been rarely empirically tested. So Kasdan defined curiosity as the desire or motivation to explore new or complex information. Social curiosity specifically applies that motivation to other people. Curious people may be more empathic because they're better able to replenish their cognitive resources after completing novel tasks, or they may be more willing to persist in spite of stress or tension, both of which would make empathy more likely to occur. And recent correlational research has suggested that curiosity is positively associated with empathy-related tendencies, such as seeing oneself as caring, considering others' perspectives, holding benevolent and universalistic values, and having compassionate traits. So it really does seem that those people who are more curious are also those people who are more empathic. But Despite this promising correlational research, there is no known, or at least we did not know of any, experimental evidence examining whether cultivating curiosity can cause an increase in empathy, which is where me and my colleagues step in. We conducted 2 empirical research studies where we experimentally increased curiosity to see if it would have a knock-on effect on empathy, and particularly towards those with politically dissimilar views from ourselves. Our first study was a simple proof of concept study that we conducted via the survey platform Qualtrics. We promoted curiosity in half of our student participants and then asked them to complete an online empathy task. In our second study, we conducted it over Zoom with an actress playing the role of a college student who interacted with the participants. And in her background, she either had a Trump or a Biden poster. And then we measured participants' empathy towards our actress. So I'm going to talk you through the results of both of these studies. We'll start with study 1 and then go on to study 2. So as I mentioned, study 1 was an online asynchronous experiment. Students from a variety of US universities signed up to take part in our survey, and they were allowed to participate as long as they had a .edu email address. We had a total of 160 participants take part, lots from my home university, the University of Wisconsin-Green Bay. The average age of participants was pretty typical for a college sample with a mean of 20.38. And although we were disappointed not to recruit more male and more Republican participants, this is a pretty typical set of demographics for a sample of psychology students, which tend to skew more liberal and more female. Student participants were randomly assigned to a curiosity or non-curiosity condition. We created curiosity using a video clip from the reality television show called What Would You Do?, which has been used in previous research to successfully arouse curiosity. This television show uses hidden cameras to record unknowing bystanders' responses to everyday situations. And to manipulate curiosity, we divided the video up into 2 parts. And those participants were randomly assigned to the curiosity condition only watched the first part and didn't get to see the ending. And I'm going to actually show you, hopefully, this video clip now if the technology will be in my favor.
So much to get done. This can go out today. Excuse me, I need more space. Can you scoot over? Hello, Gold Star.
Hi, I'm calling regarding your ad.
Let's mute this for a minute. You're at a coffee shop sitting next to a customer who's using all this space as her personal office. It's something that happens every day, but what if she gets a little too comfortable making her business your business? What would you do?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello. Hi, can you hear me now?
We've gone to work at the Coffee Lab in Bay Ridge, New York. For our actress Tracy, it's just another day at the office.
Gold Star Paper, this is Tracy. How can I help you?
These 2 customers notice, but they don't say a word.
I'm the only one in the office today, so I'm a little behind right now.
Only one in the office? Well, not for long. Tracy is about to hire an assistant.
What's your name? Mohammed? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Can you just watch my stuff for me? If my phone rings, can you just answer? Say Gold Star Paper, Mohammed speaking. How can I help you? If it rings, it probably won't. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll be right back.
The phone rings and rings.
All right, so that's where the video, oh, my apologies. So we use this truncated video to prompt curiosity. So I hope you're all actually feeling a little bit more curious now after watching that. You know, you have a desire to know what happens, whether the man picks up the phone. And that's because we've created a sense of information deprivation where you don't know what happens and you're curious to know more. So we had half of our participants watch that video, and then in our control condition, they actually watched the end of the video, which would have satisfied their curiosity because they would have known what happened. To check that our video task did in fact increase curiosity, we asked participants to answer the following question: how curious are you feeling? From 1, not at all, to 7, extremely. And happily, we did find that watching this video created a statistically significant increase in curiosity. After watching the video, the short or the long version, participants completed a measure of empathic motivation. This task was adapted from Daryl Cameron's empathy selection task. For this task, participants are shown 2 decks of cards, and they're asked to either choose the describe deck or the feel deck. Afterwards, they're presented with a picture, which we labeled as either a Democrat or a Republican student. And depending on their previous choice, they're asked to either describe what they look like or feel what they're feeling. And participants are asked to write 3 keywords in a little text box, either describing their physical appearance or the feelings of this person. Now, Daryl Cameron's previous research has shown that generally people avoid empathizing. It takes effort to empathize, and so people avoid it and pick the easier task of simply describing someone else's physical appearance. We wanted to see whether our participants who had just watched the curiosity prompting video would choose to empathize more regularly. In addition, because we labeled half of the pictures as Republican and half as Democrats, we wanted to see if empathy would be higher for those depicted as having the same political affiliation as the participant, or whether our curiosity manipulation would actually reduce those differences. And finally, for each photograph, participants were asked to indicate how much do you care about the person in the picture, a very simple empathy question, from not at all to a great deal. So unfortunately, contrary to our hypotheses, there was no main effect of our curiosity manipulation on participants' subsequent levels of empathic motivation, nor their empathic concern. There was a significant main effect of political similarity on empathic concern, with participants reporting that they care more for those who share their own political affiliation. However, the influence of political similarity on empathic motivation did not reach the threshold for statistical significance. So these results were pretty disappointing to us. We're not seeing here any effect of our curiosity manipulation on empathy, on the empathy motivation selection task or the empathic concern. However, we thought maybe this was because our experiment was not the best test of our hypotheses. After all, we're measuring empathy towards a person in a photograph, not a real person who you can speak and interact with. So we decided to replicate our experiment in a live Zoom study to better test our hypotheses. That's just summarizing what I said. Okay, so experiment number 2, we had a total of 210 participants take part. Again, these were college students, and our sample was heavily female, heavily liberal, and heavily white, again, reflecting the demographics of general undergraduate psychology students. Study 2 was more complex than study 1 and took part in 4 phases. In the first phase, we told participants that we were testing a new classroom icebreaker activity to help students get to know each other. The activity involved having students answer a few questions about themselves and then sharing their answers with another student. Participants were asked to write 3 facts about themselves, but half of them were randomly allocated to write just 3 basic facts, and the others were asked to write 2 truths and 1 lie. In the next phase, immediately before the live social interaction, participants were given 3 facts to read that were ostensibly written by the person that they were going to interact with, and they were asked how curious they were to meet them. In the curiosity condition, they were told that 2 of these facts were true and 1 was a lie. And in the control condition, they were told they were all true facts. Next, in phase 3, participants were introduced to Jasmine, who was playing the role of another student in a Zoom interaction. Participants joining the Zoom call from their own homes, and it appears like Jasmine is too. It's her bedroom in the background there. And as you can see from the photos, some of the participants saw Jasmine with a Trump poster and others saw her with a Biden poster. Jasmine and the real participant were instructed to ask each other questions to find out more about each other based on the facts they had just read. Participants in the curiosity condition were asked to figure out which of those facts was a lie. Critically, during phase 3, when Jasmine was asked about her cat, which was one of the facts written down, she would become tearful, start crying, and explain that although she had written that fact when she had a cat, her cat had actually recently died. And participants could then respond in any way they wished in order to comfort Jasmine, and many did. And about 2 minutes later, the research assistant would end the conversation. Immediately after the interaction ended, in phase 4, participants were asked to complete some questionnaire measures of empathy. We used 2 main empathy questionnaires to measure participants' empathy towards Jasmine. The first is a common measure of state empathic concern, which asks participants to rate the extent to which they're feeling 6 empathic emotions. In other words, to what extent they're feeling tender, soft-hearted, warm, sympathetic, compassionate, and moved towards Jasmine on a scale from 1 to 5. The second was an adapted version of the empathic concern and perspective-taking subscales of the interpersonal reactivity index. The interpersonal reactivity index, otherwise commonly known as the IRI, is normally a trait measure of empathy. That is, it measures people's stable, general dispositional levels of empathy. We adapted this measure, though, to measure empathy in the moment. So we changed the items to include ones like, I felt quite touched by this interaction, and I felt compassion towards my interaction partner, which measured empathic concern. And then we adapted the perspective-taking measures to say things like, I very easily put myself in my partner's point of view, and I tried to put myself in my partner's shoes for a while. In addition to participants' answers to these 2 questionnaire measures of empathy, we also have the video recordings from the Zoom conversation and how they responded and comforted Jasmine in the moment. We're currently working on coding both these verbal and nonverbal expressions of empathy from those videos, but I'm afraid I don't yet have the data ready to share with you. So on to our results. First, I just want to confirm that our icebreaker activity, which was the 2 truths and a lie versus the 3 basic facts, did in fact prompt more curiosity about their interaction partner when they were asked to do the 2 truths and a lie. And that was a statistically significant increase in curiosity. However, again, sadly, contrary to our hypotheses, despite feeling significantly more curious, participants did not report more empathy towards Jasmine. Although they were more likely to indicate they felt more empathy towards her if they were of the same political affiliation. So it seems, for our results at least, that increasing curiosity does not seem to increase empathy in turn. But I do have a few more results to show you, because although we did not find a causal relationship between curiosity and empathy, we did confirm a correlational relationship between certain types of curiosity and certain types of empathy. So in addition to the questionnaire measures I showed you earlier, we actually also asked participants to complete trait measures of curiosity and empathy. So we measured trait curiosity using the 5-dimensional curiosity scale revised. This measure makes a distinction between overt social curiosity, which is taking an interest in other people's behaviors, thoughts, and feelings by directly talking to people, and covert social curiosity, which is discovering details about other people by indirect, surreptitious, secretive ways. In addition, there are 4 other dimensions that measure enjoyment in discovering new information, called joyous exploration, feeling a need to resolve a lack of information, called deprivation sensitivity, a passion for adventure, known as thrill seeking, and an ability to manage stress that arises from unfamiliar situations, such as stress tolerance. Participants rated themselves on each of these scales using a 7-point scale. From 1 does not describe me to 7 describes me completely. And we correlated these trait curiosity scores with participant scores from the full interpersonal reactivity index, which measures 4 types of dispositional empathy. Those 4 types of empathy are listed on the leftmost column of the table here. They are empathic concern, perspective taking, personal distress, and fantasy. Surprisingly, at least for us, overt social curiosity was not significantly correlated with any of these types of empathy. The significant correlations on this table are shown by the little asterisks. So none of these correlations are significant. We did see that covert social curiosity was positively correlated with all of the types of empathy except personal distress. So it suggests that people who are high in overt social curiosity are in fact more empathic. However, the type of curiosity most strongly and consistently related to all empathy types seems to be joyous exploration. This positively predicts greater empathic concern, perspective taking, and fantasy. And it predicts as having lower levels of personal distress, which is generally what we would want people to have. Higher empathic concern, higher perspective taking, higher ability to fantasize, but lower personal distress. So joyous exploration really seems to be the type of curiosity that is most strongly linked with the types of empathy we would want to encourage. It's worth pointing out, as I think I mentioned earlier, our curiosity manipulation, however, really seems to focus more on deprivation sensitivity. So potentially we were focusing on the wrong type of empathy. So in conclusion, yes, it does seem like some types of curiosity are related to some types of empathy, at least at this trait level. So what does this mean in respect to our experimental results? Well, returning to our initial question, does curiosity increase empathy? Despite our negative results, potentially yes, curiosity might increase empathy, but perhaps only very specific types of curiosity. Our manipulations focused on creating a sense of information deprivation by either not giving participants the answer to what happened in that video or not telling them which fact was the truth and which facts were lies. Perhaps this wasn't creating the right sort of curiosity. Perhaps we needed to foster instead a sense of joyous exploration instead. As our correlational results indicate, this may be the most critical type of curiosity. This would be a great topic for a future research study. Alternatively, the reverse causal pattern may be true. Perhaps empathy increases curiosity. This intuitively seems plausible. If we care about someone, we may focus more energy on discovering more about them and be more curious about their lives. Again, more experimental research would be needed in order to establish this causal chain of events and whether it's empirically supported. Finally, the correlational relationship between empathy and curiosity may be explained by a third factor that both increases the likelihood of feeling curiosity and the likelihood of being more empathic. For example, how you were raised, your life experiences. These all might increase both curiosity and increase empathy. Again, more research will be needed to test this possibility. A skeptical person might argue that the correlation between empathy and curiosity is a product of social desirability bias. That is, people who care about presenting themselves in an admirable way will report they're higher in empathy and also report that they're higher in curiosity, as these are both seen as desirable traits. Future research on the relationship between curiosity and empathy really should attempt to rule out this explanation by potentially controlling for social desirability bias. Overall, the relationship between curiosity and empathy in college students is really complex. It may seem intuitive that curiosity increases empathy, but much more research is needed to establish exactly what type of curiosity, and indeed what type of empathy, this is true for. From our results, it seems that promoting information deprivation does not increase empathy. So thank you so much for listening. I'm happy to take questions, and I'd love to hear ideas on how I could further explore the relationship between curiosity and empathy.
Okay. Thank you, Alison Jane. Oh, I'm okay. You're seeing back of my head. Oh, this was wonderful presentation. Thank you so much for sharing the results of your research. And I have a microphone, so for the recording, we need a microphone. So, okay, we have one question here.
Hi, Allison. Thank you so much. This is super interesting stuff. One, is this available for us to be able to go find somewhere? Two, what are your thoughts on the idea that maybe, and I don't know if this is true or not, but maybe one of the things is that curiosity here seems to be measured as self-report, and maybe if there's another way to thinking of like, oh, would they want to continue talking to that person to learn more about it? So more of a behavior measure that might have like made you realize like, oh, maybe they were not as curious as we thought they were. Would that be something that you could consider for next time? I don't know.
Hi, yes, thank you so much for that question. In relation to the first one, we haven't got these results out for publication yet, but I absolutely will share them with the summit as soon as that's available as a manuscript to read. And one of the reasons that we haven't sent it out for publication is that we are still coding some of those videos. And I'm making a note here of that idea to not only perhaps code those videos for expressions of empathy, but also code them for expressions of curiosity, like you say, maybe asking more questions or staying longer to talk to someone. So that's a great idea. Thank you so much for that suggestion.
Any other comments, questions?
So, hello everyone.
Is this somebody
Hello?
online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Matthew, I can hear you if you want to ask your question.
Okay, okay. Sorry, my name is Matthew from Nigeria. I want to be really appreciate the team for
Oh, did we lose him? Okay, I think
putting
you
together.
lost Matthew. Are you there?
Yeah, yes, I'm here.
Okay, you're breaking off a little.
Yes.
So if you can please go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, I just want to, sorry, I joined late. I've been trying to be part of it since morning. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I've been trying to be part of it since morning, but I don't know why I couldn't, but I just have to try again this afternoon. And thankfully I'm here. So I just want to find out if the recordings will be made available, because I joined late, so that I can catch up with lost sessions.
Sure, Matthew. Thank you for joining us. Yes, recordings will be available after the event, after the summit. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Thank
you. Hello.
Oh, there's one more.
Hi, I am curious about about sort of like to what end exploring this relationship and kind of what I mean, maybe not the end goal, but sort of what use is there for this information?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we really did expect to see actually that our information deprivation curiosity manipulations would increase empathy. We were surprised that they did not. But we're still interested in this idea of cultivating curiosity as a potential mechanism for increasing empathy. And my interest in that comes from as a college educator. I think one of the wonderful things about the college education system is that it does promote this curiosity. It's putting students in a place to explore new information, and simultaneously as a sort of practice environment to learn to be more empathetic as well. So I'm really thinking of this as sort of a practical, almost classroom intervention that professors and educators can know that if they prompt curiosity, they're also having this knock-on effect that will help their students engage better with each other, especially considering that college environments can be quite polarized places with groups from different backgrounds and different perspectives, different political ideologies. So I was really hoping that this would be a way to increase empathy. And so I'm disappointed that the way that we tried to do it didn't work out as expected. But I think perhaps if we did find a way to, for example, cultivate joyous exploration, and then perhaps that would have a knock-on effect on empathy as well, would be something that we could then, if we knew specifically the type of curiosity that we really should be trying to cultivate, we could work out sort of how to teach and train educators that this is the way to do it. That's sort of my long-term hope with what will happen with it.
Thank you. Any final comments, questions? Okay, Alison Jane, thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again, and we'll certainly keep in touch. And if you have any other questions, we know I have your email address, so does everybody else. So thank you so much for everything.
Thank you so
I
much.
need to learn now where to wave. Thank you. Oh, okay. I'll just announce. Nitin, right? Is he there, Nitin? Okay, hi. Okay, our next speaker is Nitin Das. He's the founder of healingforest.com, I think, from joining us from India. And can't wait to hear your presentation, Nitin. Thank you so much for being with us.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm primarily a filmmaker. I just wanted to ask Lori, will you play the film from there, or do I play the film? Am I audible enough? Is my sound quality good enough?
Yes, you can do either way.
Yeah, so let me just give a quick introduction about my work, and then maybe we can play the film from there, and then I'll start my presentation. So I've been working on this project called the Healing Forest, which is based on the Japanese concept of Shinrin-yoku, or forest bathing. And the aim of this project is to try and find out how nature affects our mind, our body, and our relationships. So in India right now, we're having this festival of Diwali where there are a lot of firecrackers going off. So if you can hear the sound of firecrackers, I'm hoping there's enough empathy in this room to overlook that. Okay, did you hear that? I don't know whether you're hearing that. Okay, so this film is a 5-minute film, which basically gives you a background on how nature affects us and how nature influences us as human beings. Let's just play that film, and then I'll continue my presentation afterwards. It's a 5-minute film.
This is also a film about you. Our life is full of ups and downs.
Sorry.
It's human nature.
Hold on.
Too low.
Should I try playing it at my end?
Sorry, one moment. Everyone can see it.
This is a film about forests. This is also a film about you. Our life is full of ups and downs. It doesn't matter who you are or where you live. There are always moments when your heart is broken, burnt, or hurt. When you have to face failure, rejection, or loss. So how do you pick yourself up when you are down? How do you start your healing when you are hurt? First, let us understand the brain. Over thousands of years, our body and brain have developed in the lap of nature. There is a part of you which still feels at home in nature. In fact, it has been scientifically proven that when you are in nature, your brain behaves differently. Being connected with nature results in some amazing changes inside your head, which begin to calm you and soothe your nerves. Your body picks up these signals to boost your immunity and your healing abilities. In our hectic lives, we overuse parts of our brain which deal with logic, information, and decision making. A world of desires and distractions does not give our brain the rest it deserves. The chatter in our heads often goes out of control, but most people ignore the signs until things go wrong. Many people turn to alcohol and drugs. Some resort to medicines and expensive therapies to get relief from symptoms. Only a few spend time and effort in finding the root cause of the problem. Ask yourself a simple question. What is the source of your health? If you rest your mind and reflect, you'll know. It's nature. Reconnecting with nature is like resetting your brain. This is a film about forests. This is also a film about you. One cannot escape the ups and downs of life, but one can always find calm in nature. One can always find comfort and clarity in the company of woods. The path to healing lies inside you. And when you can learn to carry the forest within you, you are always home. Your healing has begun.
All right. Hi. So this was the initial journey which talked about the effect of nature on our mind and body. But the biggest impact we found was on relationships, on how we relate to other people. And to study that, I started taking people out on nature walks and started designing different walks for them. And one of the most interesting walks we did was something called the empathy walk, or how to design empathy. You know, empathy is kind of like swimming. If you can talk about it, or you can make classrooms out of it, but unless you practice it, it is very difficult to learn. So one good way to practice empathy is to go out in nature and to experience what is the meaning of empathy. I want to start with a story. You know, I was walking in the Himalayas with some nomadic buffalo herders, and they were asking me about this thing called AI. You know, what is artificial intelligence? And I was trying to explain what is AI to those villagers, and they were laughing at it. And they said, you know, in our village, we have something called the BI. And I asked, what is this BI? And he said, it's called the buffalo intelligence. And I asked him, what does that mean? I was quite curious. And he said that, you know, as nomads, we think that we are taking the buffaloes out for grazing, but actually it is the buffalo that's taking us out. And the buffalo knows far more about nature than we do. So we follow and we listen to them. So, you know, that is the seed for all these nature walks, is that there is so much knowledge hidden in nature, but we need to know how to listen to it and how to tap into it. And that's where this empathy walk comes in. So it follows the basic principles of forest bathing, that the walks are silent. So you try and do the walk in silence, because the main intention is to silence the voice in your head. And then you go slow. It's not a physical active race or a physically accomplishment. It's not about the number of steps you've taken or the number of miles you've covered, but more about an inner journey. And the third thing we focus on is our senses, which is a bridge between the inner world and the outer world. So during the walk, we do certain activities, and we follow the activities up by each activity is followed by a short walk, which focuses on one particular sense. And then after each activity, there is a sharing where we tell people to listen like trees. You know, the trees have a very empathetic way of listening. They don't give advice or they don't give any judgment. So we ask our participants to listen like trees. So I'm going to give you the 5 activities and the 5 walks that we do in our empathy walk. The first activity we tell people to do is to create a spiral. Now, I'm just going to try and, okay, you make me the host so that I can share my screen. Or the first activity that we do is to create a spiral. And okay. Okay. Okay, can you see this? So when people design a spiral, you know, they generally start off, and when the time finishes, they have to let go and complete it. So spirals are a metaphor for impermanence. So how humans design a spiral, they keep trying to grow in life, and then when the time is up, the spiral suddenly ends. You know, there is never something called as infinite growth. There will be a time where the spiral will have to end. And that is nature's design. In nature's design, even in the afterlife, even when a being passes away, it has its use. So it starts from nothing, and then it goes back into nothing. So understanding that impermanence is a part of each and every life form is the beginning, I think, for self and growing humility. And more than curiosity, I feel that humility is the starting ground for empathy building. Because once you're able to see yourself in the larger scheme of things, that's when you begin to realize how you're connected to each and every other being and other things in nature. So the walk, we focus on a sense of sound. After creating the spiral and focusing on impermanence, the meditation that we do is to focus on the sounds in nature. And every sound is a meditation on impermanence, because it comes and goes. And it helps you cement the experience of impermanence. The next activity that we do is called the ant bridge. We ask participants to create bridges for ants. So we ask them to find gaps in nature where they feel that if ants had a bridge, then it would help them cross the distance. But the principle that we're trying to cover is interconnectedness. How in nature bridges are which help us get from where we are to where we want to go. And Darwin had given this theory which was interpreted as survival of the fittest. But now scientists are uncovering that instead of survival of the fittest, it is more survival of the kindest. So species which are able to build bridges with other species are the ones that survive and thrive. For example, a great example in nature is how trees connect with the fungi in the ground, and these fungi form networks which help them connect with other trees. So there is a huge network of fungi and trees which are communicating with each other under the forest floor. And it's this interconnectedness that drives all species to thrive. So understanding that, the next walk that we do is a mindfulness walk, which focuses on our feet and how we are connected to earth. And so we do a slow mindful walk and focusing on our connection with the earth through our feet. The next activity that we do is called interdependence. We ask participants to build a tower. In a lot of Tibetan Buddhism, if you go to those places in the mountains, you'll find these towers of rocks. They make towers of rocks and stones as an offering to prayer. In our walk, we sometimes, if people are game for it, then we ask them to, instead of making a tower, we make them ask them to make an inverted tower, where the stone which is lower or the base is smaller and the one on the top is larger. So that becomes more challenging. It becomes more difficult to create an inverted tower until they find the secret to creating an inverted tower is to give support, to create support for the stones which are on top. Because, as individuals, we can only go so far in life until we find a roadblock. And to overcome the roadblock, you need some support. In fact, wherever we are in our life, we are there because a lot of people have supported our journey to come where we are. And understanding that support is what really helps us understand how each of these species are linked to each other. So the mindfulness walk that we do is called breathing with the trees, where we realize that every breath we take, the oxygen has come from a tree, and every breath we give is going back into the forest. So this simple exercise helps us realize what interdependence is and how, as a species, we're all interlinked. So the fourth fourth activity. Sorry, there's a lot of firecrackers going around. I don't know whether you're hearing it. Okay, so the fourth activity that we do is create a forest home. For it could be for an existing forest creature like a squirrel or whatever is found in the forest or in your nature around, or it could be an imaginary creature like an elf or a gnome or a fairy. So you're free to design whatever forest home that you want to design. There's an interesting story I want to tell. In one of the walks, we had this artist lady, and she had come with her husband, who was a retired banker and who had never gone on any of these nature walks. And she was a bit skeptical on how he would respond to this. But of all the people, the banker made the best house. And everyone was really surprised. And they said, how did you design such a beautiful house? And he said that, I wanted to make it the safest house for this creature because so his focus was on safety, and just incorporating that safety into his house made it turn into a really beautiful, cozy, comfortable house. And the principle here is that, each one of us is unique, or there is an individuality or uniqueness that each one of us carries. And doing these activities opens our observation to that uniqueness within each one of us. And it helps us understand and see that uniqueness in the other, which is what really creates appreciation. So empathy does not always have to be from a top-down point. It can also be from a point where you're appreciative of the other person, and then you create empathy. So the mindful walk activity that we do for this section is to focus on our sight and vision and observe the uniqueness of all things in nature. For the final activity, we ask the participants to work in teams, and we will ask them to create a forest creature, or it could also be a forest community. So you design a village using objects found in the forest, like you could use leaves to represent buildings or schools or hospitals. And you could even design a forest creature. But the only condition that we say is that you cannot talk to each other. This activity has to be done in silence. And why this is important? Because I feel that one of the biggest barriers to empathy is language. Elif showed that slide about integration and inclusivity, where people were integrated, but they were still not communicating. So one of the biggest barriers I feel to empathy is language. Because you don't understand the other person's language, then it creates a distance. But when you work in silence, then actions speak louder than any language possible. And in those actions, you're equal. It levels the playing field. And empathy is learned through action, not words. So this is a very interesting exercise that helps us include different people of different age groups, different backgrounds into something creative with each other. And the last activity that we do with all of them is to focus on all the senses, to sit in nature, and to expand the concept of self. To expand the concept of self to include not just you, but all the other participants. And then from the other participants to all the nature that you see around you, the other beings which are found in the forest. And then to keep expanding the circle until you can, include the entire earth as a concept of self. So instead of trying to forget the self, you're trying to expand the self to create a sense of oneness. I'm going to share one short 2-minute film, and that's the end of my presentation. Okay, let me just share the film and see if that works. Okay. Okay, here it goes. All right, so that's it from my side.
Thank you, Nitin, for that really inspirational presentation and sharing your insights with us. I love the Buffalo intelligence. And I also, I wish we could see it, but you created this, I don't know what to call it, you know, the thing that you did with fireflies for Diwali in the forest. That's magical. I follow Nitin's work, and he posted this image of this net, I believe, where they placed the favorite food of fireflies and at night when they come to the net, they illuminate the word Happy Diwali. They become the light, and it's just magical. Thank you so much, Nitin. And any questions, any comments anybody would like to share? Yes.
Hi, Nitin. Thank you for your presentation. I used to work in a botanic garden in Australia in a naturescape, and so I felt very familiar to me, but some amazing new ideas. I'm just curious to know whether most of your work happens with adults or with students, and like what the differences you see in the results of all these activities look like, and whether you think, I think the answer is probably yes, that this is an avenue for cultivating that empathy at a much younger age. It's just such a great opportunity.
Right. You know, generally the meditative walks happen with adults, And the more fun and play and arts and games related walks happens with the younger audiences. But the biggest or the most interesting walks are where parents and children come and walk together. In a digital age, we are losing connections with each other. These screens are taking away the interactions that we used to have. So parents don't know their children, and children don't know their parents as human beings. They just know each other as the role that they have. So the conversations have gone missing. But when they come here and they act as equals, and that's what these walks do, they bridge the age gap. And then you see how much of a difference it makes to the relationship. On our website, healingforest.org, we have a section of, we're doing one new walk every month. And this is for families and friends. So it's called Nature Play. So we do walks which are based on one important skill that needs to be taught in life, but the education system has such a big gap that no school teaches those skills, like empathy, like decision making, how to make friends and keep them. So walks on those, and we've had some really fascinating responses. I don't have the statistics like Allison, but I just have stories to tell. So yeah, there are many stories that happen in the walks.
Thank you, Nitin.
Thank you, Nathan, for such interesting experience. My question is about the number of participants. So what is the comfortable number of participants for one walk? It's one question. And
Right.
Second, how many days going one workshop or one walking?
Right. So typically a walk lasts about 2 hours, and smaller groups work really well. Like 10 participants is a good number. But if let's say a school wants to do it with their entire class, then you design or designate group leaders. So you break it into small groups where each group leader handles 5 to 10 children. And then the group leaders know what activities to do. And then in the end, there's a larger circle sharing. But limiting it to smaller groups of 5 to 10 works best, because that's when the sharing is most authentic and more meaningful.
Have you done, or do you have any anecdotal thoughts about how deep into nature and the difference between like taking a walk in the park versus going camping in the, being more isolated?
Right. So what the studies have shown is that nature works like a dose curve. The longer you immerse in it, the more interesting the effects are, or the longer lasting the effects. But not everyone can live in nature, right? So they say that even if you do 2 hours in a week, or you go for 3 days in a month, then the effect can carry you for the next week or the next month, right? And the other thing that one has to keep in mind is safety. So suppose, in India, there are a lot of jungles where there are wild animals like tigers and leopards. So it'll be very difficult to meditate when you're always cautious about thinking whether the tiger might come and eat you while you're meditating. So you have to ensure that you're not meditating in those spaces. But there are many other spaces in Himalayas which are very safe to meditate and very safe to do. In fact, most of our sages in the olden days used to go out into the mountains to write their whatever wise words that they would bring back to society.
I have a question, Nitin. Have you ever done an experience where you invited individuals to, go out and see themselves being seen by the nature?
to be observed by
Yes,
nature.
you're observed by the tree or by a river or the
Right.
whole thing.
Right. Not specifically like that, but we have something called the raisin meditation. Or there are
Raisin
many other,
meditation. Okay.
which is basically that you put a raisin in your mouth, and it's typically a mindfulness exercise. But in this, as the raisin dissolves, we ask the person to dissolve. Imagine that you're dissolving into nature. So it's about dissolving yourself and your ego and becoming nature.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Nitin, thank you so much again for joining us for this wonderful presentation. We'll keep in touch and hopefully we'll join one of your nature walks one day in
Yes.
India.
Yes,
Thank you, Nitin.
Right, thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, we are welcoming our next speaker, Tenzin Toptan, who is the new director of the Tibet Museum. He and his colleagues hosted us on our first visit, on our very first summit, and we have been collaborating since then. And thank you for Tenzin for joining us, and we look forward to hearing your presentation. Can you unmute yourself? We cannot hear you.
Yeah, so sorry.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon and good evening to those who are from Asia and Europe. And thank you, Alif and Design Empathy team for having me here. And first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am representing the Central Tibetan Administration, particularly the Tibet Museum. So the Central Tibetan Administration is the parallel government, which is the seat of exiled Tibetan government. And we have been refugee here for last 60 years. So the Tibet Museum is directly under the Department of International and Information Relationship. So let me briefly take you through the virtual tour of our museum, and then later on I will speak about the the functionality of the Tibet Museum. So right at the beginning of this new museum, this is what you exactly see. And we have the MCQ, the quizzes through which we try to make sure that the student and the people who are interested will come to know about the museum. And this is our reception, and this is the entrance, and this is the small souvenir shop. So the central theme of the Tibet Museum is "We are Tibetan," and this is our story. So this is the first section that one will see, the section on the our land. This is the actual map of Tibet. the depicted version, and we through the digital form we try to show the scenic beauty of Tibet, capturing the mountain and rivers, and also the historical sites, the monuments, and also the animals. And one can also take the quizzes in different language, like in Hindi and also in Chinese. Then moving further to the so this is the subsection which shows the all the tradition of Tibetan Buddhism. And the second section is the section on history. So we started this section with the timeline, a brief timeline of Tibet history from the first king till 1959. And then the third section is on who is Dalai Lama, the different roles and responsibilities that Dalai Lama took for last 80 years. And this small section is Dalai Lama's long-term keen interest in science. And then the section on the resistant. So how we resist the operation and the occupation of the China. And of course, by and large, the Tibetan resistance is non-violence in nature, but along the side, they are parallel guerrilla warfare that was being fought with the Chinese. So they saying that close to around more than 100 small and big fights that we fought with the Chinese, mostly with the support of the CIA COVID mission. And also after 1959, from the the border area of the Nepal, particularly the Mustang, we fought till 1974. And then another section is how we escape from the Tibet to various parts of the world, particularly India, Nepal, and Bhutan. So this red route that you see is the route taken by His Holiness Dalai Lama way back in 1959. And this is the green one is one of another High Lama, Jawakarmapa, in 1999. And then the seventh section is section on the exile. So how we have rebuilt our government, the early livelihood in exile, and also the education in exile. And then there's a small section on contemporary Tibet. what exactly is happening right now inside Tibet. And the second last section is on the environment, the fragile ecosystem of Tibet. And then finally, the last section is the various refugee till date, how we have stood shoulder to shoulder with other citizens. And there are various Tibetan who have written, so many, best-selling books, and also in the field of arts. And also many of them have won, the awards and high achievers. So then let me briefly tell you, what is the, so this is the the layout of our museum. So as I have already said, from the center, from the middle, there's an entrance, and on the left hand side is the permanent side, and starting from the 8th, 9th, 10th section, these are more or less a contemporary section. And the Tibet Museum is by and large divided into main three pillar. The first one is the collection, and then the collected object is being conserved, and finally through that object, which have the stories of escape, stories of independent Tibet, we connected with the world and also the younger generation of Tibet. So these are the few of the collected object. So the new museum that we have recently inaugurated is truly a people's museum, because all the objects are donated by the Tibetan people, and also through this the object, we try to build our own narrative, which is, I think, very unique, because no other Tibetan museum across the globe have their Tibetan people have their first hand saying. So these are also some other objects. And apart from the object, we have huge repositories of photographic archive, particularly the archive photographs of the history, culture, and politics, and also the His Holiness Dalai Lama. And mainly the two projects are photo identification project and family album project, through which we acquired a lot of the important the old version of photos. And the second big pillar is the conservation. So the conservation is here, as you see, is more scientific, and also we we believe in preventive conservation rather than curative, and we have the microclimatic condition already made for all our the art storage, as well as our the object storage conservation lab. So this is a kind of conditioning report that we do with almost all the donated object. We try to get the first-hand information of the object. Like this is also the objects which are of historical importance, which are which tells about the independent history of Tibet. We only accept those. So this is the baton, torch baton, which is used on the prisoner. And the third and the most important, and also the most of our energies are put into the connection, that is connecting to the future generation, connecting to the other people across the globe. So first is the traveling exhibition. So we have more than 10 traveling exhibition theme, and one of the important traveling exhibition is the exhibition on self-immolation. So till date we have closed officially 157 people who have already self-immolated. And these are the few images of the traveling exhibition. And also, apart from the settlement and other places, we have long-term association with the schools. And these are the various traveling exhibitions that we have hosted till date, and intensively in India and Nepal. Another important, the function of the connection team is the temporary exhibition. So here we invited, both Tibetan as well as non-Tibetan who have, the exhibition on Tibetan history, culture, and also the tradition of Tibet. So another way of connecting with the people is through the souvenir publication and also the educational programs. So we have this, everyday documentary screening at 3 p.m. Through that way, we most of the documentary films are on the the Tibet and environment, and also we call the specialist on Tibet to host a Tibet awareness talk series. And last but not the least, we are till date the association with so many international and the members. And this particular picture is very important to us because this is on the May of this year, where the Urza Zaya, the US Special Coordinator on Tibet from US have inaugurated one of our temporary exhibition. Yeah, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Tenzin, for this very informative presentation. We hope we can come and visit the new museum. We saw the
Yes.
old location, and when we were there, you were just building the museum. It's so wonderful to hear that it is open now and being visited, and you have this wonderful virtual tour as well. And I'm also glad to learn about your connections with the AAM and sites of conscience, and really, really wonderful sort of community to be in. So thank you very much for the presentation. And I was wondering if anybody has any questions or comments. Okay. So no questions from the audience. How about online? I wonder if anybody has any questions online. Yes, please.
Thank you so very much. My sister and I were just talking about your traveling exhibition for children.
Yes, go ahead.
For the education, can you just tell me a little bit about how your museum made that work?
For the
It was
educational
a couple
program,
slides back, yes, when you were showing the children with your exhibition designs.
I think I should share again. Wait. This one?
One more.
I
Where
think
you had
this
it
is
in the schools. Yeah. You also had it where children were sitting on the ground and doing that. Your
Yeah.
education program that extends from your museum, am I correct?
Yeah, this is so we have so this is just before His Holiness Dalai Lama birthday, which falls on the 6th of July. So there are a lot of people who knows about His Holiness, but we went with all his lifetime photos with brief description, and this is just before His Holiness birthday. So naturally, children are very interested. And that's how we target usually, because to celebrate some event, you should have some knowledge, the background of that celebration. So this is one of the perfect time for us, and we went to the two very important school which is close to us. And also during that time, not only the photographic the exhibition, but we also through the animation cartoon, we show the children the how reincarnation of His Holiness Dalai Lama is found. So there's one animation of 13 minutes that we have made. Yeah.
Thank
Because
you.
the reincarnation of His Holiness Dalai Lama is nowadays taking the political stance of that, because in CCP the Chinese are very much interested about the 15th Dalai Lama. So we want to make sure that this is something which is private to Tibet.
Right. No, I was just really interested because it says that you tailor it from preschool to university. So that just got my attention. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tenzin. So these programs are mostly for Tibetan community or an international. I know you have international audiences too, but do you have also programs for local communities? In India, Indians.
Yes, yes. In the past, we have went to, I think most of the, because the thing is we are only going those institute who are inviting us, because we have very limited resource, and I think with the inauguration of this new museum, we have more capabilities, more resources, and I'm very hopeful the coming few months we will be covering more the local Indian schools. So this is already in our plan, not only independently the Tibet Museum, but collaborating with the other civil societies.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I hope maybe one of the institutions here one day can host your traveling exhibitions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Tenzin. Thank you so much. Any other questions, comments? One more.
I have a question about the content of your educational program. Is it about the history of movement? Is it about the philosophical idea? So what is about more?
So these are the by and large the 11 different themes. So this is all about of course it's all about Tibet, and largely covering the Tibetan history. Yeah.
And is it like, do you also talk about the ideology, His Holiness's, commitments? Oh, it says there, yes, number 6.
Yes.
So it's just like a whole a wholesome package in a way. You have the history and also
Yes.
sentimental, the stories.
Yes, yes.
One more question.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm curious if you have observed much connection between empathy and the self-immolation. It's something that is so it's profound in terms of evoking emotion and feeling and connection. And so I'm curious if you have experienced or observed what role empathy might play within this space.
I think this is very important and sentimental question to us, because when it's all started in year 2009 onward, and things are also not in under control. I think we have to empathize with the fact that the Tibetan inside Tibet has no other means to to demonstrate and to have a basic human right. So they have to resort to this last I should say method, which is very beyond our imagination. So uh, and yeah, of course, we have huge empathy, and many of them are between the age of 20s to 35, which has not seen His Holiness Dalai Lama. Which falls under the in third generation of Tibetan after 1959. So naturally, there are so many I should say things which we have to go deeper into. And also, if you look at all the last words of the self-immolation, fundamentally they are asking for two things. One is the speedy return of His Holiness Dalai Lama to Tibet, and another one is to ask for the basic human right. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Tenzin. Any other questions, comments? Okay, Tenzin, thank you so much for staying up late for us to be with us here. I really appreciate it, and I hope we can, be together in person in the future. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you everyone. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Bye bye.
Bye.
Next. Because I think, how are you feeling? How is everybody feeling? I mean, I don't, if we take a break after this, we can take a break. I think. We have lunch break. Shall we keep going? Okay. Okay. Hi, Safa. Hi, Pinar.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Thank you so much for joining us. Just 1 second, please. I think we're going to change the screen. Is he sharing? Is Tenzin sharing? Okay. Okay, they don't have a, we just have the videos that they shared with us. I think, yeah. Okay. Can we, so this is the screen, this is, okay. Okay. All right, and one more. Pinar, right there. Yeah, I think we lost Pinar. Pinar, can you, is your camera on?
It is on, but I think her internet speed is.
Oh, internet. Okay.
Yes, but I'm texting her to get online through her cell phone.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so she might join us from her cell phone.
Yes.
Safa, thank you so much for joining us. With this technology, I don't know where to look. I can see you on the screen and but that the camera sees me here. So I guess we'll make this work. Yay, Pinar is here too.
Yes.
Great. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Pinar is joining us from Turkey, and Sahba is in San Francisco currently. But they were both in Turkey near the Syrian border, hosting the Flying Carpet Festival for refugee children and local communities. And that's when I found out first about their amazing project, which they'll share some information with us soon. But what I mean, I saw this friend send me this link about the Flying Carpet Festival, and my first look was like, oh, I just want to be there. I have to go there. Like, these are my people. And there's children, all the communities are engaging in arts, music, quality arts and music and storytelling and drama. And also the, what do you call the acts of circus? So, and Pinar calls this, a school of social circus, I think. I think there's a lot to do, a lot in in this, as a whole concept that they have created, where we can learn a lot about empathy, because they have these, I think the majority of the alchemy of empathy ingredients already present in this, in what they have been creating, including, vulnerability, courage, storytelling, play, proximity, and more. And also, I guess we'll talk a little bit more about, how, the reactions of the children and the communities. But I would love to, uh, first, if you could please introduce yourselves, and then I have so many questions to ask. And I know you have some videos to share too, so we want to see them all.
Absolutely. My name is Sahbo Aminikia. I am an Iranian American composer, classical music composer based in San Francisco. And I'm the founder of Flying Carpet Festival.
Thank you, Pinar.
I think Pinar's picture is
Oh,
oh my god.
wow, she's frozen with a beautiful smile.
Yes.
So, okay. She'll join us whenever she can.
Yes, I can
Maybe
introduce her.
Sahba, yes, please.
Pinar is the co-founder of.
I'm from Turkey. I'm there.
Your voice is not coming through well.
Yeah, it's not coming through.
Okay.
Pinar,
maybe.
yes, absolutely. Pinar is a co-founder of Sirkhane, which is the first social circus school in Turkey. And her organization has been active in southeast of Turkey near the Syrian border for the last 12 years, basically. Flying Carpet is a mutual project. There's a collaboration between me and the organization, and it was initiated in 2018, in fact, actually.
2018. Wow. Well, we started around the same time then.
Yes.
Yay. And, would you like to show a video first or before, so that people have an idea of what
Would be great
what
actually to
like?
start with the fundraiser video. This is a fundraiser video from 2022, which has already passed. That festival is
Okay.
finished,
The most
but
recent
it's a good presentation of what we are doing.
Okay. Is that the one? I think yes. I think yes. I think that's. Is this the which one?
It wasn't the one that I chosen, but this is also fine. This is a news reportage by Associated Press about the festival, and this is from 2021.
Okay, and then we have the other one, the Mardin
Giant.
Giant.
Yes,
Is
that's
that the
about
one?
it.
Okay.
No, we're starting with the artist about children.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with this. Thank you. Thank you, Laurie.
In 2016, I was introduced to the organization Sirkhane, Hariyar Sanat Derneği, in the southeast of Turkey. That is a social circus school, and I was extremely inspired by their work, and they offered a collaboration with me over the Flying Carpet Festival. We created this festival together, and we have run it, and this is the third year that we are running the festival this year.
شعوري ما بتوصف، كتير حلو عن جد. أول ما فتت حسيت حالي يعني إنه مقيد، بس إنه الأساتذة بيحكوا لي برد على الأساتذة بس. وحاليا يعني ما الحمد لله صرت بعد دروس وصرت أستاذ بالسيرك يعني. شعوري كتير حلو لأنه صرت أستاذ. We mostly target children who are in need of beauty and come from most deserved communities, but there is a lack of access in these communities to any form of actual culture and artistic activity.
Ayaklarını kaldırıyorlardı. Çok uzunlardı hocam. Çok güzeldi hocam. Bir de taklalar atıyorlardı. Yani hocam çok mutlu olduk. güzel buldum. خالدي تجد تشبه بابو ما تخليس مشاقي قد حرت شتت هبو
İran'dan, Irak'tan, Suriye'den, Teşekkür ederiz.
As part of Vladimir Putin's martial law declaration today, he
So we want to go back to the social circus school. Thank you so much. So how do you describe social circus? What is social circus? What do you do?
Maybe Pinar can explain about that.
Am I here, by the way?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. I skipped the part introducing myself in a speech way. Thanks to Salva introducing me. First of all, thank you so much for inviting us there. Doesn't matter the place, but we really feel there and making us part of this incredible like union. So I'll try to be brief because for me it's like I can talk about it like almost 10 years because I've been doing this 10 years. And it's not something that I know exactly what we do, but it is exactly why we are here in the Empathy Summit, that we just start to be able to communicate with children through some tools, which is like the circus. And I had no circus background, but I only knew three balls juggling. Just said, let's organize a funny event for.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, we have to.
She had this, I think. Sorry about that.
Okay, she'll come
it's
back.
the internet connection in Turkey you have to blame.
Yes. Yes. Well, we are trying, so yeah.
Yes, maybe I can continue until she arrives.
Yes,
So basically, the social circus is the pedagogical tool actually for children coming from traumatized background, coming from war, coming from violence. And the organization has been active in southeast of Turkey for the last 12 years. They have right now, they're grown into, they have about 30 employees. And generally, it's a social circus school. And they engage in refugee camps with children that are there when the refugee camp existed in Turkey. And now they work with children who live and are resettled in the area. That area, because of the proximity to the Syrian border, almost 4 million refugees, Syrian refugees, they live in that area, southeast of Turkey, which half of which are children. And Pinar started this transformational program with a small festival that she organized in 2011, if I'm not mistaken. And since then, they've turned this, these projects into an organization, into a nonprofit organization, with her friend Sardal, who's the co-founder of the organization. And they have worked with a large number of children, about 500,000 children, but includes the public performances, workshops. They have a mobile unit that travels to different villages and remote places, and that's where most of the activities basically happen. And the Flying Carpet Festival was one of the activities that they're doing. They're running multiple projects. They have an analog photography project. They have a music school project. They have social circus. And Galaxy, as I told you, it's a mobile unit that goes to remote places. And also the Flying Carpet Festival, which is our outreach program. Once a year, we reach out to the most distant villages, and we organize workshops and performances there in those villages. So Pinar seems to be back.
Yes. Hi, Pinar. Hi, we are trying. Thank you for trying too. I have a question. How long does it take? How long does the festival last? And what does one of your workshops look like?
So before the COVID period, we used to have a large number of workshops running throughout the summer. But after COVID, we are mostly focused on performances. And that's where our forte is, because when you organize workshops for number of 10 days or 14 days, artists tend to meet with the children only a couple of times. So we focused on that temporary encounter that we have with the children. And now it's, this year's festival, for example, was 10 days. 2 days in the beginning, the artists would arrive, and we will have 2-day intensive rehearsals together to put the entire program together. And we usually tour in the next 7 to 8 days, and every day we would be at a very remote village that, the basic infrastructure doesn't exist. Sometimes electricity doesn't exist, and we managed to create very magical and high quality experiences, storytelling, music, circus, dance, puppetry, and visual projection for that specific village. Everything is mobile. We have a gigantic projection screen that we take to every village, and we set up a beautiful stage. And we dress our best clothes, and we try to present a program that you normally would witness in prestigious halls here in the United States. But we take this same quality of program and same quality of performance to very remote and very underserved communities.
Pinar, would you like to add anything?
I think we are here for the Empathy Summit. I hope one time more I wouldn't disconnect. I would be able to try to what I want to say. It is, our work is just like not designed in our head in advance, but we always look forward to design our all activities, programs, festivals according to the call from the children. They are the ones who shows us the way, and we are the ones who kind of facilitate. So when we are with children, we are kind of children, but with grown-up like magical skills, because we just enjoy the life with them, but they think we are magicians because we can make the things happen, like bring people, arrange the logistics and everything. So we always look this way, then things becomes really magical. And it is like the combination of all these weird things that doesn't exist in this area, like circus, music. It doesn't exist. So it's an absolute magic, and we are always inside of it. So it is really, it's an alchemy that it's difficult to describe, but it's actually so easy just when you let go all your advanced thoughts about what to do, but just observe. It's coming to you what you should do, and this is how everything developed, and it made our also way light, easy, and just flowing like as one piece, the entire universe. Sometimes it feels like even the motion wise, you feel the energy that it's going that way. So maybe I can just add that.
Thank you, Pinar. Thank you. So I understand that, I mean, you have artist residencies. Artists actually submit proposals to be included in this festival. And then when they're admitted, you greet them. And so they work with the communities only 2 days, and then you take the show on the road. And
So
what does that look like in terms of, empathy? I mean, there's a lot going on there, right? I mean, not just between artists, the usually maybe foreigners or other parts from other parts of Turkey, and the local communities, but then local communities and the refugee communities themselves. How is the interaction? What does it look like?
So the artists, every year we have around 300 to 400 applicants applying for the festival, and I personally choose about 50 of them, and I interview them one by one and trying to figure out who they are. And aside from the artistic excellence, which should be pretty high, our standards are pretty high. We have to sense the feeling of empathy, and the person, the artist, knows where they're coming to. I mean, it's very important for them to realize what conditions we are under. We work in a very geopolitically sensitive area. Things change all the time, so we have to be extremely flexible. At the same time, creative. We start planning ahead months before certain parts of the festival, certain pieces that artists have to perform. And when the artists arrive, we we organize first of all these performances with the children that already work in the organization. So we have older children, teenagers that they are and they grew up in the organization. We call them circus heroes, and now they are part of the performances and part of also the educational aspect. They teach to the younger children. So rehearsals with them begins weeks before. We start describing the story and what's happening, and they start creating like a loose choreography of what's going to happen. And in 2 intensive days that the artists arrive, morning to night, with the children, we are rehearsing the entire story actually. In every community, for example, a day looks like this when we arrive in a village. In the morning, we arrive there, we have been there several times talking to the officials and people who are in charge in the village. And from the morning, we start having workshops there, actually. That's what we did this year. We have workshops there, engaging as many children as possible in the workshops. And we also use, for example, we had this visual storytelling workshop this year, and the artist arrived about a month earlier, and she was working with the children, and we actually used the visuals that children created for the visual projection in the background actually. So everything that was actually used in the performance was from the children, was an outcome of the workshops that we did. From the morning, we start having workshops with them, and we start setting up, creating the stage and everything. And at night, when it gets dark, we start the performance, which usually lasts about 2 hours of storytelling, dance, music. We have found this one-time experience, arriving in a village and creating something extraordinary that contains some sort of alchemy, as Pinar mentioned. And I personally always thought about this concept of alchemy and how it's created. I personally feel when you bring 2 things that are very contrasting to each other, next to each other, when you start and create a stage that in no way does belong to the village in the far part of, I mean, in very remote places in Kiziltepe, for example, which is a very remote city there. This synergy of putting these two next together in this contrast, that creates a strong image of magic and empathy in the community, actually, because they see that we have organized this very complicated event and we have to come, and so for hours we have to just set up the stage and work with the children. We try to return to certain villages when we feel that there is need in that village. So it's always about some sort of, we are, as Pinar mentioned, we are also like children. We have no background in psychology, children's psychology, but we work with children that they suffer from a lot of issues in that region. So we learn as we go through. From the first year of the festival until now, I can tell you there's been tremendous development in logistics, in making things happen. I think that empathy in our line of work comes from the fact that how we spend time on designing an experience, and we just don't present some sort of entertainment. You know, that is that what we see in the region and with many of the NGOs here, that the concept of entertainment, and also in the United States, that the culture of entertainment and culture is sometimes intertwined or intermixed, and people cannot identify. For me, the cultural experience is an entertainment experience that has an educational and has some sort of lesson behind it, you know, and that's what makes culture, in my opinion. That's what differentiates it from just an experience. So we choose the stories, for example, that we want to work on. We ask the Turkish author to rewrite the story entirely in Turkish, actually, aside from translating, but also rewrite it in the cultural context of that region. And this story has a very specific message. This year it was The Little Black Fish. It's an old Iranian story from the 60s, and it's about empowerment and how children should overcome their fears and try to surpass their current limitations and small environments and go for a larger ocean. It's the story of a fish that moves towards an ocean. And the story and the music and the choreography, it's all mixed with each other and encourages the narrative during the entire time. So what we are really, in the context of Flying Carpet, what we are trying to do, making the audience feel that something is designed for them. I mean, that might pertain to the museums, to galleries, and that's sort of experiences that, in my opinion, in the West, they are not as inclusive. And when we mean inclusive, it doesn't mean that it doesn't include certain group of people, but they are not embracing you when you enter an experience. You know, it's not part of you. And so that is what we are doing, creating an educational experience that has familiarity inside also. A lot of music comes from the region. We have Kurdish music, always half of the program is Kurdish music, but we mix it with very weird arrangements, weird instruments, and classical musicians who come from the US and they apply, they have the opportunity to perform out of heart. There is no, there is part of the music program is written music that is already exists, like Debussy, Bach, and on the other side we have this amazing performers from the Europe, United States. They improvise together. So by creating a sense of strong collaboration between the artists, also and a stronger sense of purpose that is beyond themselves, artists tend to engage and work with children who have been working circus for many years. But this proves to them that we are after a professional performance, and that has a different effect on children because they consider themselves part of something larger than themselves.
Wonderful. So how about the children? How do they react? You know, what kind of, you know, is there any transformation that you have observed, and how does that look like? What are they taking away from it?
So I have to bring your attention to the fact that organization is going on all year, and they have activities that includes children for an entire year. That's one way of engagement. And Flying Carpet enters when we want to introduce new aesthetics basically to that region, and that has happened and we have seen it. We have seen it that how when we bring one new song to that to the festival, the song would be played back in every cafe around the city. You know, it's something that it creates some sort of vitality, cultural vitality in in the city. We have seen that even in the adult world in the city, it has changed a lot. People get to experience musical experiences that even in Western countries we don't experience them on a regular basis. You know, people coming from different cultural backgrounds, different regions, and children tend to be very excited about it because, as Pinar mentioned, the way we design the festival, it's the way that we get excited about something. And that's all entire point of view. The only curation that happens is actually done by the children because we observe them and see what excites them the most. This year we had a Verling Dervish in our 2020 festival, a Bulgarian lady, and she did an incredible fire dance also with the Verling Dervish. And so her entire dress was in fire and we were playing live music, very ecstatic. We don't necessarily want to bring children music the way it's identified as children music. We think that children are far more creative than adults and they can actually absorb certain music and aesthetics that adults might not be able to. And they're very imaginative. So we try to bring the craziest and the most magical experiences that we can. And that is always exciting. Even being involved in the production of it, it's a very exciting activity.
That's awesome. And
Can I
yes,
something?
yes, and Pinar, please share. And also, I want to ask you. Oh,
So
Pinar.
yes,
Yes.
I'm here.
Okay, go on, go on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So in last year festival, we went to the schools, and in each school maybe perform up to like from 500 to 1,000 children. At the end of every performance, children were running after not only artists, the performers, but for instance, our drivers, our logistics, like give me a seat, like signing like everywhere. Like if they didn't have a paper, like sign here, and we're like just one person. One signature, everyone was like signing like half an hour. So this year we had to make it like a rule that no sign, even one. So carefully watching the show, and in the first performance we did a lot of mistakes, and they know it. They said, why the little blackfish didn't die? Because in the story we tell that it's supposed to die and didn't, and it was our mistake. And they were like, it was almost like after 2 hours of performance, and they were like watching like as it is like one line, and we were like, even our performers didn't notice that little blackfish didn't die, but they were just why not?
So we see the appreciation. Honestly, that the part that is the part that is really
Really on it.
encouraging about the work is the reaction we see from the children, is the excitement, them asking for our autograph everywhere. You know, we have to sign everywhere.
No chasing drivers, huh?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
But
So,
you mentioned something that when we talked before, that you said that children who participated in this festival and the social circus school, they had this glow. You said they were like glowing with confidence after the experience. And if you visited that village again, you would notice these young people, children, acting in a slightly different way, more hopeful, more self-confident, more courageous, perhaps. And that's, if no one has ever declared you alchemists, hereby I declare you the alchemists because you are clearly managing that. And did you want to show the other film also, because we are getting short of time? Would you
that
like to
would be
present now,
great.
and
That
then
would
we
be
can
great.
maybe ask some questions?
Okay.
أنا أحمد حيدو. هذه الستيلز لي. هؤلاء رفقاتي في ماردين من سوريا اللي احنا جينا لماردين عشنا شوي وجينا على السيرك. هاجي كل يوم على السيرك عشان أتعلم لي موهبة وصار العروض الحمد لله أروح أشتغل أو أعيش أهلي. أنا أحب الستيز لأنها خطرة ويعني هي أخطر شي بالسيرك من هيك أنا أحبها. يعني أنا موهبتي عالية من هيك أحبها. إن شاء الله بس أكبر وتكتمل موهبتي أنا زي راح أفتح سيرك وأعلم الطلاب المحتاجين اللي ما عنده أعلمه يعني ترفع موهبته مثل موهبتي.
Fantastic. I think it's ended.
Thank you so much. That's a really lovely film and shows us the possibilities with empathy, right? You know, there are so many things that we can try and so many places we can go and bring such lived experiences to people and engage them. I can like Pinar, I think we should just go to a cafe and talk for the next 10 years, you know, with Safa, you and I, you know, I can talk about empathy for 10 years too. But this was our first connection. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
And if anybody needs any more information about, you know, their organization, we have it in the program and also on the website. I think there are all the links in
But I see a few questions actually.
Oh, yes, definitely.
I'm going to quickly answer this. In terms of funding, the organization itself, Sirkhane, they are in multiple projects, sometimes 2, 3, 4 years. Flying carpet every year has a different situation. Beginning year, we won a grant competition from the US Embassy, and that's how we were able to do it. But there's been years like 2018, 2022 that we entirely depended on crowdfunding and private donations. And we were still able to do it. So every year we find different sources to do it. I mean, since I arrived in the US in October, I am looking for funds for the next year's festival actually, but a lot of private donations, and I wanted this to be part of that because this festival was a statement, and I started it at a very politically divided time in the United States, but I wanted people to gather around something, create a community of donors, sponsors that they would believe in idea and they love it and they want to be part of it actually. So it's not about just giving money, it's about being part of the weaving process for this carpet. And also they asked about the selecting the children. We have no selection criteria. Any child who wants to join the program, they can join it. We cannot filter out refugees or based on nationality or gender. Anyone can attend the schools, and anyone can start from very basic tricks, just 2 balls. I mean, gradually going to 3 balls. And I started doing that. It's possible to do it with every child. And this pedagogy has been active in places like Greece, where there are gigantic refugee camps, or parts of Europe. So it's something that is going on. Even Cirque du Soleil has invested in a non-profit organization, and they connect a lot of these social circus schools together all around the world. So there is a network of them, and it's a proven kind of methodology, basically.
But we work with the children who are living already in the places where they don't have access to anything. So actually, we don't choose the children, but we sometimes choose the location according to the need of the children. So that is already like bringing exactly the children that we want them to participate. And we also sometimes facilitate. There are a lot of like attendance. So many children want to participate. We make different groups. We try to also facilitate them like same number of girls and boys, same number of girls from Turkey, from Syria. So that can create somehow more like equality in gender and in also nationality and different things. But in circus, all these are just melt together and all forgotten. So there's no division. It's all just like unite children together.
That's so wonderful. Any questions from the audience here? Any comments? Well, thank you again. Thank you again for joining us. I mean, this is just the beginning of this
So I just want to
conversation.
ask,
Who is that? Who's speaking? Matthew?
I think I have one more question. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just wondering how parents of these children, how they feel, what are the feedbacks you get from the parents before the social cycles? What are the who are the children, their behavior, social behavior? Is there any behavioral change after the activities? Are there ways you get feedback about these children? Because I believe the end goal should be the impact these activities creating in the lives of these children. So what are the parents saying about the children concerning your project and what is being done? And then how are you reporting back the, let me say, success stories now?
I start from the middle of your question. It is really like physically, figuratively, and literally, it's changing the children, and we see it from first day to second day. Like children, first day arrive, they might be like very disoriented, aggressive, like non-communicative, non-social, and once they discover that, wow, this is a magical world and I should behave, they really change themselves, first of all. And some children immediately also feel the comfort, relaxation, like solidarity with others. So they just like also submit themselves. So it's easy for them to also be part of a group. So in our physical spaces, when they come to the workshop, we physically see that they change from. So when they go home, parents can feel it too. So they let children come by themselves. So within the year, we develop more like a structure, and then more people start to involve. We develop also like the registration process and everything. But our priority is children just can walk in. Later we can contact with the families, and then we can involve them, we can get the permission. And every parent that we communicate, they are always thanking to this program, because they see in the house, in the school, in the behavior of a child, how actually child become like more calm but energetic, and more focused maybe on the things that he wanna pursue. And this let families be relaxed. Also, we are living in a region like families have so many children. They have 9, 10 children, and there are really lack of care to the children directly, and the lack of love. It's possible in the school, in the street. So in our spaces, we are just really focusing on like pure love and pure respect. These two are the like most important things. And there is only one rule in Sirkane, also that they cannot fight to each other. So this already brings a lot of peace. And when there is a fight, everyone knows that this is not okay and this is a problem, and they learn this way. So it's create their own community, relaxing children. It affects their family life, their street life, their school life, and we always get these feedbacks written. Sometimes like make tests, we talk to people, focal, like all kind of measurement tool to prove in the donors also. We just get like a positive feedback. 80-90% of the people are happy with the programs and the effect on the children. I hope I could answer your question.
And that 10-15% that they have any criticism is usually towards how Sirkane should be, you know. And so the children have a strong sense of ownership towards the school, and they write their recommendations on how things should be, and they're very adamant about how everything should be. So this is, I found it to be very interesting that the organization is really inspired by the children, because it's easy to establish something, an organization, and with very good structure and everything, and have no effect also at the same time. But the organization, almost like a product that when you create a product, good product, you always look at what the experience of the user is. We are also going back to the children, and we make the project, we make every experience that we want to create starting from the children, and then we will think about logistically how we should do this. So we always have sessions that we just sit together with a group of people from organization, and we dream about the craziest things that we can do. And then we would sit with another group and we figure out how we can do this. You know, it's so almost me and Pinar and Sardar, we are almost like children who are a little bit adults. You know, they know how to do things and stuff, but at the same time, we have also a very good feedback system. That we have social workers at the organization that they observe the children. They observe the progress, the psychological progress. If they need to talk to certain children, if we observe something very unusual among the children, we report it to them. So there is always a system of feedback, and social work is also in place. But that's going to be on the side, because we don't want to turn into a therapeutic organization or holistic organization. But at the same time, we want to be able to observe where children are and what are their difficulties, and if we can help them in any way possible.
Thank you again. One last chance for any questions. Okay, so we'll keep the conversation going. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again. So it is almost lunchtime here in our part of the world. Okay, so what time is it? It's 12:45. Shall we meet here at 1:45? Is that okay? Okay, let's be here at 1:45 and have a good lunch. Enjoy, and everybody online, enjoy your evening, afternoon lunch. We'll see you soon. Okay, shall we? Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome from lunch. Oh, okay, we need to turn on something. Thank you. Okay, so welcome again. I know that this room is a little cold, so I hope you got warmed up a little bit outside, and hopefully, and we still have some hot water, and in the afternoon we'll have a few more breaks in between sessions because uh, most of the Zoom sessions had to be done one after another in the morning. So there's a slight change of plan this afternoon. Instead of Amelia's recorded video message, which was only 6-7 minutes, because Susie Wilkening is waiting for us in Seattle, we are going to invite her to join us via Zoom. And then we will watch Amelia's message before our group reflections. I think it would be a nice sort of transition into a different mode. With that, Susie, are you there? Or all right, there you are. Hi, Susie. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone.
Patience and understanding. My apologies, please. We were running late this morning, and everybody just needed a good lunch break. So, but we are back. Thank you so much for your understanding.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you, thank you. And I think I'll just let you present, and if you could please introduce yourself first, and then there are some museum colleagues here, and some are from different fields and different places. There are some students from George Washington University, from interaction design class, and so yeah, and many, all of us very creative people waiting to hear from you. Thank you.
I wish I could be there in person. Unfortunately, my husband had already claimed this week for a business trip, so I'm with the kids. But I'm delighted to be here virtually and sharing with you some of the latest research findings from the annual survey of museum goers. For those of you who don't know me, I am an audience researcher serving primarily the museum field. And one of the research projects that I lead every year is called the Annual Survey of Museum Goers. And we're going to talk about that and some of the latest findings. So you're going to see some kind of quick slides that just kind of give you some data points really quick, just to highlight a few things that we're noticing in the data that we haven't released yet. And then we're also to talk about some of the data we've just started releasing, thinking about in particular the idea of that connection to humanity, because it's emerging as a really important thing out of the data for this year. So what I'm going to do is start by sharing my screen, getting us going that way. There we go. So as I said, I lead the annual survey of museum goers, and the annual survey of museum goers primarily serves museums around the country who field a survey on at our behest, basically, to collect data on their visitors. And then all of that rounds up together into being this large national data set on people who go to museums and their attitudes and values they bring to the table or into the museum experience. So when we think about doing that kind of research, one of the things that we think a lot about are the three big things we kind of want to know, which are, we're looking at through this lens of first, we want to know who our audience is. So that's, attitudes, assessing attitudes, values, motivations. Is also assessing demographic characteristics, because those end up being pretty important. We also assess political values. That is a very important thing that people bring into the museum with them and affects how they respond to content. Students are asking for advice. How are we doing? We doing well? What can we do better? That's not as important for this discussion today. But the third thing we like to ask about is what we call lay of the land questions. These are questions we're trying to assess the topography of all those different people who are coming into museums and thinking about where do they fall in terms of how they're going to respond to content, especially the content that we as a society may not have a consensus on. And that's really important because then it helps us think about how we're going to present content in ways that are most effective to all of those different audiences, or maybe even specific audiences that we want to focus in on. So the annual survey is in its 6th year, and every year we do change the themes. And the themes for 2022 were well-being and mental health, belonging, and climate change. We're actually going to talk a little bit about climate change today because that actually intersected incredibly with the well-being and mental health and belonging questions. And so we're going to look at that intersection to see how that ends up really making a difference in how our attitudes around climate change and our attitudes around how we feel connected to humanity are thinking about people who are different than us. Two more methodology slides really quickly. In 2022, we had 186 museums around the country who participated in this research, just under 91,000 respondents. You can see what kinds of organizations they were being sourced from. This is a survey of frequent museum goers. These are people who are connected enough with one or more museums that they are on a communications list, received an invitation to take a survey, and then did so on behalf of a museum. But we also care about sporadic museum goers, casual museum goers, and non-visitors to museums. So we also field broader population comparison sampling. You're going to see some of that as we go through some of these slides. Now, some of these slides are just data slides. They're kind of rough. They're like, this is what we're seeing and we haven't released yet to the museum field. And then you're going to also see a data story that's much more polished that we just released yesterday. And that will tie us all together. First, though, this is just a question that we all kind of like to keep an eye on. And this is one where we just say, you know, how should museums engage visitors with content? The reason why I just want to pull this one in, because it thinks about empathy specifically. This is a question that has lots of lovely choices, which is really important because it means that people don't view this as a question necessarily about empathy. They view this as a question of, oh, what should museums do to engage visitors with content? So when we look at these response choices, nobody feels judged for what they skip over because they are choosing what they like and they move on. And one of the things we're looking here is what you see is that gain empathy response. That is one that not very many people who go to museums, these are frequent museum goers, not very many people are thinking about specifically with museums. We're seeing about a third in 2022, a third of respondents said, yes, museums should help engage empathy, gain empathy, increase empathy. So not a huge response there. It's not that the other 2/3 say, oh, it's a terrible idea. Some actually do. It's mostly that people aren't really thinking about museums and empathy explicitly. So that's one of the most metrics we're tracking over time to see what happens there. So it just gives you a little background and context. Okay. Well-being and belonging. Let's first look at some of these slides just to get a sense of what's going on and what we're thinking about when it comes to connection to humanity, empathy, compassion writ large. So this is just a handy slide for me to be able to kind of anchor what I'm sharing with you. But just so you can navigate the slide if you really want to geek out, the red bars are all 91,000 respondents from around the country. We broke it down by a few different museum types just so you could see how respondents from art museums might differ from respondents from children's museums. You can see there's some variation there. We're actually not going to really talk about that. And then you see that dark gray bar. This is coming from the broader population. These are people who are casual, sporadic museum goers or don't visit museums at all. Health and well-being outcomes. Big takeaway here, hardly anybody says museums don't affect health and well-being. The big one was sense of joy, beauty, and wonder. That's the #1 response. Intellectual stimulation's a big one too, respite, time with family and friends. What we're looking for here is this connection with humankind. And what we see is less than half of frequent museum goers feel that that's an outcome of museum going. It's not a terrible response, but it's not like over the top, lots of people thinking it either. But we see this kind of, about a little less than half saying that, and you see it's a little bit lower for those children's museum respondents. So that's one thing that we're looking at there. Another question that we asked was about museums promoting a connection to others. Do museums help do that? And what we see here, again, similar numbers for humanity in general, and you can see these other responses that they had available to them as well. And again, hardly anybody said, no, museums don't really do this. So overall, the good news is that most people are saying, yes, museums have health and well-being outcomes. Museums promote connections to others. That's the overall good news. But one of the things that we also look at is what we call enthusiasm gaps. And what we mean by that is that how many responses people give may be just as interesting as what responses they actually gave. So did somebody look at one of these questions and then they go like, yeah, totally. And they check like 5 or 6 things off because they're like, museums definitely do this. Or did they pick 1, maybe 2 things and move on? That's the enthusiasm gap. So on these 2 questions, if we look at them, what we found were that women were more enthusiastic about these questions than men. And also that liberals were much more enthusiastic about these questions than conservatives. And here is something that we want to flag for you, because we also had for these questions open-ended responses, other, please specify, write in, write in whatever you want to write in. And we had a small number, it's really small, but vocal enough that we flagged it, of people saying that health and well-being outcomes and these connections to others questions were liberal, woke as a pejorative term, and then they use this one word that I really dislike, which is libtard. And so what they were basically doing were people from the extreme right wing of political values were saying that these were values that are associated with liberal values and politicizing health and well-being and politicizing this idea of connecting with others. And so it's something that's very small percent, but we're flagging it because we're wondering, is this something that's going to increase over time? Is this a canary in the coal mine? Or is this something that's going to remain just a sliver of the population that really feels this way? But the fact that conservatives were not as enthusiastic about these questions as liberals gives us a little bit more concern there. So just kind of think about that and just watch for that when you're doing your own work with audiences to say, okay, is somebody having like this political negative reflex to these terms and what might be going on there? Okay, so that was just a little sidebar, but still relevant to this conversation. But this connection with humanity, what we noticed is that something interesting was going on here that we wanted to flag. And so what I wanted to do now is switch to a data story, which is an infographic that we released yesterday about climate change. And I'm going to scroll down to the bottom because what I really want to talk about is the spectrum. What we do is we create this spectrum of attitudes around climate change. We use 5 questions to assess that. This infographic talks all about that. You can go read it later. But what we end up with, there we go, is a spectrum where we're looking at and trying to, I use those questions to say, okay, how they answered those questions makes people naturally fall into like a certain category versus another category on this spectrum of attitudes. They may be like totally on board. Yes, museums should be talking about climate change. This is super important. They're going to be falling on that green side, or they may be going, oh, it's, this is not an important issue. The Earth's climate's been changing naturally forever, and this is no different. We can't do anything about it. So the naysayers, that would put them on the anti-green side. And then we have this kind of ambivalent group in the middle, what we call the status quo, where they're just like, I don't really care one way or the other. It doesn't really affect me, but yeah, it's real. Just kind of ambivalent in there. So we plot all that out. It's a massive logic problem. And then we run filters on these 5 segments that we've identified, looking across here, to see how these segments differ from each other. And this is where that connection to humanity piece became incredibly important. Because what we found was that hardly anybody on that anti-green side thought that museums helped cultivate a connection to humanity at all. It was very, very few. Versus the majority of people on this green side felt that museums did, that was an important role of museums, that museums did this, that they wanted to feel that connection to humanity themselves. And when we looked at the delta is how many percentage points difference was it? It was like 45 percentage points. Statistically, it's this huge gulf around this idea that connection to humanity and this caring about climate change. And so we were like, oh, wow, what is going on here? Now we're going to layer on another piece, and that is about inclusion. We do something really similar with questions around inclusion, where we use a set of questions, and based on how people respond to those questions, we put them on a spectrum of attitudes about how they feel about inclusion, and that's inclusion about around gender, LGBTQ plus community, people of color, disabilities, everything like that. And so when we do that spectrum, which I'm going to pull open for you now. There you go. What we found is basically the same thing. People who are anti-inclusive, hardly any of them express that connection to humanity. And the majority, solid majority, like 67% of people who were inclusive felt that connection to humanity. And so when we had this huge gulf, once again, we're starting to see this pattern. And what we're questioning and thinking about now is, was that role, that pro-social outcome of feeling connected to humanity and all of the people on the planet who look and think differently than you, in making people feel and care about climate change and inclusion? Because if you don't care about people who look and think differently than you, and you don't feel connected to humanity, why would you care about those things? Since climate change primarily feels like something that's happening to other people. It's just a hot summer, is what a phrase we see sometimes. Or to feel or care about inclusion when it doesn't really affect you personally and their thinking and their own minds. So what can museums do then to cultivate that connection to humanity more effectively? Now, the anti-inclusive people and the anti-green people were primarily the same group of people. And when we looked at them, and this will probably not surprise you, we found that they were primarily, not solely, but they were primarily older, white, and conservative. Now, there were liberals in there, there were young people in there. It's just far more older, white conservatives that were feeling that anti-inclusive, anti-green, and not connected to humanity. This does not imply that that group is socially isolated. They're not, or at least not necessarily. They may have very high social connections within their in-group, but not to all those people in the world who look and think differently than them. So we threw in one last question in our broader population sample. So we've been talking a lot about museum goers. We had broader population sampling on there too. We hadn't fielded the broader population sample when we saw that data coming out of the museum goer survey. So we threw this question in at the last minute and said, okay, just generally, how connected do you feel to humanity and humankind? We kind of got what I would refer to as a meh result here. 6.5 was the average on a scale from 0 to 10. Not an overwhelmingly a great result, it could be far worse. But when we looked at the results to see, okay, who's scoring higher on average, who's scoring lower on average, it fit some predictable and some interesting patterns. The interesting part was that respondents who are people of color scored significantly higher than white people on this metric. And then we looked to see why. And it wasn't so much that most white people were scoring lower than people of color, is that there was a segment of white people who was scoring way lower. And they were primarily the older white conservatives. And so they were more in that 3 range, pulling it down the average for all whites overall. So overall, what we're seeing here is that there's something really important about this connection to humanity piece. And so I've given you this glimpse of what we're seeing in the data, some that hasn't been released and some that has. We've decided for 2023 that this connection to humanity line of inquiry is incredibly important. And so we are planning to ask a set of questions in the 2023 survey specifically on this. And so what I am curious to hear back from you, since we have a few minutes still, is what does this make you think about as you see the data that I just shared? And what are those questions that you have that you would love to know about your audiences and humanity? Because that's going to help us write the best survey instrument for that particular research project. So thanks for diving into the data with me. And I can also answer any additional questions as well.
Susie, thank you so much. This was just really, really very interesting. And we're probably one of the few groups that are hearing for the first time, right? So thank you so much for sharing. This is just amazing. You know, we're just witnessing these findings. And if I may, I would like to start with one question that I have been, and it's really interesting because I've never imagined myself like, those ancient philosophers, they hold a skull or a brain in their hand or apple, or, they just look and think. But I find myself really like doing that. Maybe I'm getting old, but, but the thing is that, like I have this gadget. I don't know if you can see it, but it is this, there's a scientific name to it, but I was thinking, how do you visualize these concepts, right? The whole, all, humanity, connection, and the self's understanding of that connection or interconnectedness or oneness. So to me, I think it's very simple, like the way, I don't know if you will agree with me, and I would love to hear your, thoughts on it, but let's imagine that this is our planet and humanity and all those things, right? The whole, all that I also mentioned in my presentation. And these are all the parts that make the whole, right? So the question is that it's not that we are, whether we are interconnected or not. I mean, we are interconnected. Science tells us this. We feel it every day. That one thing happens in part of the world, finds its reflection or reverberations in the other part of the world, and this is very true for the environment too. So how do we get the part to deeply understand and care that it is actually the whole? It is not a part. Part is the wrong word. It is inherently connected. It is integrated. It's integral to one. And this is a fundamental dilemma because as human beings, the way we perceive the world, the way we engage with the other is all through duality. I mean, that's the physics, right? Physics of our existence. But there's a way through contemplation and creating these experiences of engagement where we can actually break those barriers and know, deeply know in our hearts, which is the theme of our, conference, that we are all one, even though physically it is not that way. We look as multiples and multitudes and very different. So here's my moment with the the old philosopher thing, and so those are my the thoughts that came to my mind after Susie's presentation, and I would love to hear your questions, comments.
Thank you, Susie. Really interesting thoughts. I'm Ray, by the way. I don't think you can see. I'm very curious to hear about the exceptions. So for both sides, so for both the older white man, was there an instant, a kind of museum, a kind of exhibit that did make them feel connected and trying to figure out what was about it? And also for more diverse audiences, what made them feel disconnected or feel that this is not an exhibit for them? This is not like, maybe science museums might be less connecting than a specific other kind of museum. So kind of just like hearing about more of those exceptions. Thank you.
Okay, so older white men, more diverse audiences, and then different types of museums, really. So older white men, especially the conservative older white men, because first of all, not all older white men are conservative, but for those that are conservative, they tended to be the most vocal objectors to inclusive content or climate change content. Some of their comments are not really repeatable, but when they get to that extreme end where they're anti-inclusion and anti-climate change content, what we're tending to see is they get very defensive very quickly, and they get much more vocal and emotional about their responses, and they tend to make a lot of noise, which gets over amplified. Because one of the things that we found, actually, go back and look at the spectrum, is that most people are pretty much on board with climate change content in museums. So that anti-group is actually pretty small. It's just we tend to over amplify those voices. And of course, who controls the levers of power in conservative politics or Republican politics? older, white, conservative voters. So that tends to put us in this position where we're kind of stuck. Older white men are not, especially the conservative older white men, are not visiting museums as frequently as they used to. They are not feeling as comfortable in museums as they were in the past. We are losing that audience. And some people might go, well, fine. But others, you might go, wait a minute. If we're losing them as an audience, we're losing our opportunity to reach them and perhaps pull them a little bit along towards us. So they're not fighting. Maybe even a win might be just for them not to be fighting these ideas. And so there's pros and cons about the fact that we're losing, to some extent, that audience. We do see far larger numbers of older white, more conservative men at maritime museums. So there's really an opportunity for maritime museums to be talking about this topic and doing so perhaps in ways that pace them and pull them along. I see somebody laughing and nodding there. Military museums, there's also an opportunity there because the US military does take climate change super seriously. And then there's like some other like niche museums where we do tend to see more a higher degree of older white men responding, the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Wait a minute, that's another opportunity because the NFL has a major green initiative. So, there's ways to do it. It's just got to be a little bit more on their terms and just kind of, maybe the win is just having them not fight the content. So that's where we do see those men in particular. More diverse audiences overall are more likely to encourage and want inclusive content, but also in climate change content. We ran the broader population sample. We also ran it among native Spanish speakers in the United States, and they were on board as well, even more so than the rest of the population on climate change content. And what we did find is that people of color were more likely to feel connected to humanity. So that's where we kind of have more enthusiasm for these ideas coming from more diverse audiences. Where we do see some other interesting differences, there were 4 big takeaways with the climate change data that were interesting. You just heard the humanity one. The other ones, and you heard me just mention really briefly, most people are pretty much on board. Where it gets interesting is with museum types, and this is where it really becomes interesting with people who are more ambivalent about the topic. They're not denying it, they know it's happening. Climate change is real, but they're not really super enthusiastic on the topic. What they'll tend to say is they'll pick and choose. And they'll say, well, okay, science museums should talk about this, zoos should talk about this, botanical gardens should talk about this. Okay, natural history museums, but there's no reason for an art or history museum to talk about this. In fact, if an art or history museum was doing it, they would be denying me. I'm being really flip. They're denying me my Monet exhibit. I came to the art museum to relax and escape my everyday life and see something beautiful. Give me my Monet. And you're giving me climate change. That's not what I want. I want my Monet. So I call it a trade-off. And it's similar with history. I came here to learn about George Washington. You shoved climate change down my throat. That's not what I came for. So it's articulated as a trade-off. However, if the mission is made really explicit, like this is part of our mission, they're pretty much on board. And that's where we really see an opportunities for art and history museums, because they're so really good at that human connection piece, is bringing it into and kind of mainstreaming climate change and that sense of connection to humanity into their content as a way of pushing some of these pro-social ideas forward, because they can link it to their mission. Artists do amazing things about climate change. Human history is the cause of climate change. So that's where we think there's can be some really interesting things coming together, but it just has to be handled a little bit differently than science museums. And it's true, and as you suggested, science centers don't tend to engender that sense of human connection as frequently as perhaps an art museum, but yet their capacity to do so with awe and wonder is immense. So it's still there too as well. We did find that respondents from zoos and aquaria who were more conservative were more likely to be on board with climate change content than for other museum types. And one of the things that we're considering is the idea that it's easier for people who don't feel that connection with humanity to feel connected and feel empathy for animals than it is for other human beings that don't look and think like them. And so it may be that we can build on that in ways to help them care more about certain pro-social outcomes and eventually get to greater humanity as well, but starting off with that cute koala who got burned out of the forest, or whatever it is. So that's another peek into how that's the psyche of someone who's less connected to humanity might have a pathway in there. And then also one last big takeaway so that you don't feel it's all doom and gloom. And this was really interesting. And we found some additional external research that found something similar. I kept saying older white conservatives. Younger conservatives are a little bit different. And we found that more for conservatives under the age of 50, they were more likely to be green than anti-green. And if you take a big picture, because of all the young conservatives out there, the mainstream conservative thinking is climate change is real. We need to do something about it. It's those conservatives over the age of 55 that are holding it back. So conservative audiences writ large are going to be more open to this content and may have some more greater pathways for that connection to humanity as well, than what we're seeing with those older conservatives specifically. So that gives me a little bit more hope. That was a really long answer, but you asked 3 things, so there you go.
One more question.
Hi, Susie. Thanks for that presentation. I was really excited to see your name on the list of things. I was like, oh my gosh, we're going to hear from.
I'm sorry I'm not there in person, so you can talk to me in person.
Yeah, that would be awesome. My name's Amy. I noticed a couple slides earlier in your presentation, one of the outcomes of seeing yourself represented in spaces. And it struck me how that was kind of low. And I didn't know, I guess, relative to the other ones that were represented there, whether you guys had any thoughts on that, especially just kind of going back to Elif, your opening presentation about really empathy starts with the self, because that's how we all experience the world. And with that, being lower, whether you had any thoughts on it.
I do. I have a thought. I don't know if it's true or not. This is my hypothesis. So when we look at that feeling represented, one of the things that really jumps out at me at first is that actually the broader population was much more likely to say that than frequent museum goers. We see they're around 30% versus frequent museum goers are around 15%. It's about twice as likely, which I was like, whoa, that's super interesting. Also, the broader population is more diverse than frequent museum goers. Frequent museum goers do skew more heavily white. Casual museum goers, actually, there's no racial or ethnic skew to casual museum goers. They're pretty much at parity, but frequent museum goers skew more white. So that feeling represented, so we start digging through and looking at the broader population, sampling that gray bar more carefully, and also the frequent museum goers. And what we found is that people of color were significantly more likely to choose feeling represented than white people were. Also, members of the LGBTQ plus community were more likely to choose it than people who did not identify as part of the LGBTQ plus community. And so my hypothesis is, and I don't have a way of testing it, so I'm not saying it's true, is that heterosexual, cisgender, white people take it for granted so much that they will be represented in museums. It's not even on their radar screen, and that response did not feel relevant to them because it's just always there. You know, I, as that person, am always there in museums. And so that idea of feeling like it's so taken for granted that they don't even have to answer that response. Whereas it's not taken for granted by others, maybe why we're seeing higher responses from the broader population, which is more diverse, and seeing that more likely to be responded to by people of color and by the LGBTQ plus community. I'd be curious to see what you think of that too. You may have your own hypothesis.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, remarks? Anybody online, would you like to jump in and ask a question? Oh, there's one. 1 second.
Hi, just knowing that one of your focuses for 2023 is this trying to go deeper into the connection to humankind. I wonder how you might craft some responses or to elicit responses around why don't you feel connected to humankind?
Oh,
What
yeah.
is it
Totally.
that alienates you? I mean, or I don't know the language, but just because it's just hard for me well, it's interesting to think about what people's responses would be. I can understand a sense of disenfranchisement, but for coming from the privileged population that you were just articulating, I don't know, it would just be fascinating. What would people say?
Yeah, and that's a great question. I just wrote it down because I have not written that part of the survey yet. So I will add that to the hopper because I would love to know what they would say. They may have a hard time answering it. So I have to think about where I would put that in the survey. But I think a lot about survey psychology. Like, and one of the things that, there's cardinal rules of survey psychology. So you never want to prime the answer. You don't want to tell people what to answer. But sometimes you have to prime them for the question, which means you have to ask questions in a way that builds their thinking about. So they start really thinking about something maybe they haven't thought consciously about before. So they are able to actually then answer the question. So we don't want to tell them what to say, but we want to get them to the point where they can actually answer that. And so that would be one where I have to think about, okay, how would we get them to the point where they can answer that question? Where does it go in the survey? How does it have to fit into the subconscious thinking? I'll think about that. Thank you.
Hi. So what are some descriptors that you might use to describe connection to humanity? Like, how would you break it down for people, or would you not break it down? Would you just leave it very broad?
So far in these two questions that I shared with you, we kept it pretty broad. Feeling connected to humanity and humankind is, I think, how we worded it. So that's a great question. Maybe that's another thing I have to think about in terms of understanding how the public defines that connection to humanity and humankind. And so I'm writing that one down too. This is why I love having this opportunity to share. This is where we are. This is what we're thinking. And now we have this opportunity to go find out. So you're hitting this at the perfect moment.
So, hi, Susie. This is sort of coming from the zoo and aquarium perspective. But you mentioned sort of briefly that the people who go to zoos and aquariums feel much more connected to the animals than they do to humankind. And
the people who don't feel as connected to humankind are more likely to feel connected to animals than the same demographic profile responding to other types of museums.
Well,
So,
I agree with that. I agree with that statement. What I'm saying is that yes, in fact, we found that people would run over the human to get to the animal to take care of that animal. A lot of folks that will frequent zoos and aquariums. But I guess my question for it all would be, how do you find out, if not humanity, what in fact are you connected to? What is that connectivity, and how do you then put what they're connected to at the center of kind of what you are trying to describe in some ways?
that's a great question too. Ooh, that could be a really interesting question. I need to go into like a qualitative panel now to ask some of these questions. Oh, I really like that. Not humanity. What are you connected to? And maybe what I need to do to help answer that question is I could run filters on the existing data set I have right now of the people who said they did not feel connected to humanity in general on either question. Because we did ask, museums promoting connection to others, did they outperform on other things, or were they lower on other things? Ooh. Okay, run filter on 22 for first pass. Interesting.
Now this is becoming a real summit, right? Real workshop. Yay!
A workshop and some survey questions.
Wonderful, wonderful. Any other questions, comments?
Always email me or contact me if you've got other ideas or questions. I am working on writing the survey over the next 2 to 3 weeks. So it's the perfect timing.
Perfect. Thank you, Susie. Thank you so much for joining us for this wonderful presentation. And hopefully next time we'll meet in person somewhere.
I would love that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you want to do it here? I think. Okay, let's ask Lori. So your presentation isn't there? Oh.
Send you the presentation. Do, oh shoot, okay. I can do that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Email. Do you want to go with the next person? I'm sorry, I all right. Okay, I'm going to give a slightly more hopeful note than our last speaker. And I actually started fiddling around with my presentation throughout the day. So I apologize, we're going to go back and forth because everything that has been spoken about today has informed my practice. And I feel like I'm more of a practitioner of the research that we've heard. I'm trying to experiment and put all of that stuff into practice and see what happens. And so I'm gonna share my most recent project of what happens when you integrate curiosity, empathy, all the research around forest bathing, all the things that you've heard today. What happens when you actually put that into practice? And I want to start. I decided I wanted to start with this frame because I am an art lover. I collect art. I go to dozens of art events a week when we're not in a pandemic, and I've often thought about this idea that art has this transformative effect on humans, and like I know that in my gut, and I think many of us in this room probably feel that too. But I've been feeling a little bit, not cynical, skeptical, but I've changed the way I've been thinking about art, because art itself does nothing. It hangs on the wall. You go and you listen to it and you're like, oh my God, that was beautiful, but it doesn't actually do anything. It's the people that do the things. And I think we know, again, I think we know that instinctually, but I think it's worth saying that at the end of the day, it's about the person making a connection. It's not the art that makes the connection. And I think I'm trying to change the way I speak about art in this way. And so I think that I know that I am very inspired currently by a professor of political science at the University of Michigan, where I'm doing a pretty large project, which is the one I'm going to tell you about any second now. But I'm really inspired by a paper that she has just written, in which she believes that in order to create a more flourishing society, we have to reorient public policy away from the transactional toward the relational. And she has 4 pillars of a flourishing society: community, which I think we, understand what that means; sustainability; dignity, which is a piece that I want to explore more in a different kind of conversation; and then the 4th piece is beauty. And by that she means art, humanities, our connection, the connections we make with each other relationally through the arts. And so I've been thinking a lot about how I want to create projects that are relational. It's not about the project happens to happen in a museum in my case. I've done projects in library spaces, but the underlying principle behind everything that I'm working on right now is around relational thinking. And so how do we apply relational thinking to the empathy building projects that we're all working on? And so I don't know, it's not really about the art. It's about the relationships that we create through these mechanisms. Okay, so I'm going to give a very quick overview of how this particular piece of my project started. Right after the 2016 election, I was really upset about the result. And so my instinctual reaction was to invite Trump voters over to my house for dinner and talk to them. And so I made dinner. This is one of the later dinners. The first one was amazing. It was so great that I kept doing it over and over, not as an art project, but just as a very personal experience of what the heck, I want to ask my own questions. And I was curious. And so I made, at the end of each dinner, I would make a blueberry and cherry crisp. Get it? And it would turn into a purple goo. Get it? And so that project, after a couple years, turned into a project called Looking for America, in which I organized large-scale conversations over a meal in museums and libraries across the country. I went as far as Anchorage, Alaska, to El Paso, Texas, Sioux City, Iowa, and I curated art experiences. It began as art exhibits, but then it led to art experiences that included poetry, music, dance, all the different modes of expression to help people not only express themselves, but to find ways to connect with one another through sort of kind of a subversive way. Instead of saying, instead of beginning with this triangulated way of connecting before we connect face to face, because we are face to face, excuse me, but the idea was to start laying a foundation for the relationship, because it's pretty hard for strangers to just get, sit down at a table and just start relating, having a relationship. So anyway, so that grew into a national project where I traveled around the country, but unfortunately the pandemic put an end to that. And so we have the project that I'm working on right now at the University of Michigan Art Museum is the first one we've done since the end of 2019. And the exciting thing about the University of Michigan Art Museum, which we call UMA, is that the director, Tina Olson, is a total visionary, and she's written a really great piece in Art News, which I'm happy to send to everyone, about how we can reorient what we think of a museum space is meant to be. And one of the things that she really cares about is turning it into a civic space. Civic in terms of not just having people engage in different ways, like, like a lot of museums are doing yoga, or, whatever, but she's actually agreed to have the museum turned into an actual voting site. So the local clerk's office has opened a voting registration and voting site in part of the museum. And the School of Art and Design at Michigan has designed the space in this really cool, beautiful way. They've laid it out in a way that's made it so easy to understand what to do, where to go. And these are first-time voters, most of them, because it's at a university campus. And so it's scary when you're very first time to vote. So it's really cool. She's totally thinking differently about what the museum space can be. And by the way, she's going to be in town this week if anybody's interested. I was thinking about organizing a little happy hour with her on Saturday. If anyone's interested in that. What's that? I should make one. Yes, good idea. Okay, so anyway, so then she invited me to come to the museum as I'm their visiting artist this fall. And so my practice is called social practice art, socially engaged art. So I don't create things that hang on the wall, things that you might recognize as normal art pieces. My art installations or art works are relational. It's about bringing people into dialogue with each other, into relationship with each other. But you almost kind of have to like trick people into it because a lot of my work is around bringing people together across the political spectrum. And it's pretty hard. As our previous speaker said, many people don't, well, as we know, don't actually want to talk to each other. And so how do we do that? And how do we use the museum as a venue for that? Because as our previous speaker said, many people on the right are very leery of this space as a place to have this kind of open dialogue. Put a pin in that. We're going to come back to that, and I'm going to tell you why it is a perfect place for it. In the meantime, I've developed a series of conversations or a series of activations that are happening in the museum. One happened 2 weeks ago. The next one is next week. And anyway, and so the idea is to create more and different and joyful exploration. I just stole that from our first speaker this morning. How do we have joyous exploration throughout the museum? Because that's really what people want. You can't invite a person into the museum and say, hey, we're going to have like a conversation with somebody who doesn't vote like you. Like nobody would come to that. I wouldn't even come to that. So that's what I mean by like sort of tricking people into the space is like, we're going to create joyous exploration in the museum space. I literally just added this slide while we were talking because I was like, that is perfect. So 2 weeks ago, we had, the museum already has has a regular series called Feel Good Friday. A lot of museums do this, as you probably know. They keep the museum open a little later and you can have fun in the museum. So I decided I wanted to do something a little more, how shall we say, wonky. I mean, like, I mean, I'm all for parties, bands, whatever, but I want it to be fun, but I also want people to like actually think a little bit. And so what I did was I probably overdid it, to be honest. I was too ambitious, but we created a series of activations in the museum. And the other idea was to get people to go to all the parts of the museum. So I created multiple interactions throughout the museum. Each one paired an artist with a subject matter expert, climate, housing, transportation, and they created some kind of interactive thing together that was in a different part of the museum. And the main things that I asked for them to do was to, make it something fun, something interactive, and something that will require a little bit of dialogue and a little bit of reflection. And so this is what we came up with. In the main space, we set up a pairs of chairs, and that were like kind of fun. This does not do it justice. Like it would look really cool. And we invited local candidates for city council and state house races to come. You could sit with one of them and follow and answer this prompt to tell a story, because we know that storytelling is an excellent way to connect people. But tell a story, and the politician was not allowed to speak except to ask questions. So all they could do was listen. And that's what they did. And at the end, the local political journalist for the local NPR station brought all the politicians on stage and asked them, like, how did that feel not to be able to talk? What did you learn about your constituents? Things like that. But it was like an amazing thing to see them not talking. And we were trying to like find little ways to, like, if they did talk, if they campaigned at you or some way, they were gonna like buzz a little buzzer. But then we decided that was a little too aggressive. But anyway, so that was amazing. This is the housing installation. We had an artist named Deidre Smith, who goes by shoot, I don't remember her name now. But anyway, she leads a workshop in writing hip hop lyrics based on topics. And then she would show them how to do it. And then they could do little mini performances of their lyrics. And so all the questions that people were writing lyrics in response to were around, what does home mean? What would you do if you found yourself, unable to pay your rent, you had no money and you needed dental work, or questions that got people to think about, like, what does it mean to have a home and to be able to live, the way the rest of us live. Anyway, and so she's a hip hop artist who helped people write hip hop lyrics around housing policy. And then the expert was the local, the woman who's in charge of housing policy in Ann Arbor. This artist paired up with the voting clerk, and people would write down they would reflect and write their responses around who they would vote for. And they not meaning what candidate, but like when you vote, like who in your life are you thinking about when you vote? Like who is affected by your vote? And they would write their response on these pieces of paper, and then he helped them fold those papers into an origami heart, crane, different kind of shapes. We were focusing on hearts because they were the easiest, and hearts. And then people were encouraged to take photographs of themselves in front of this installation. And so it just kept getting fuller and fuller throughout the night. They would hang their origami on the installation. So reflection, seeing your piece part of this whole other art installation, because we know that making things together brings people together. This one was really cool. This expert she's a climate expert, and she paired up with this amazing man. He's an 83-year-old artist who is the ambassador in residence at the Heidelberg Project in Detroit. If you've heard of that, it's an amazing or like organic installation that's happened over many years. And he has photographs around nature. And so they led a whole conversation envisioning what Ann Arbor could look like from a climate, the best Ann Arbor could be from a climate perspective. And then there's research that says that envisioning a brighter future together is another way of getting people to feel more connected to one another. Oops, I'm the wrong way. And then we had an artist drawing the conversations as they were happening. And then she integrated Hoshia's photographs into her drawings as well. So those, obviously the photographic things are his photographs. Another artist, there was another installation around transportation policy. Like, who wants to talk about transportation policy? Well, you do if you join the Magic School Bus, the Magic Cool Bus. So we had a very a guy who's called Violin Monster. He's very well known in Ann Arbor, and he was busking in front of the bus station. We created a whole bus station and bus. It's hard to see. We did not get good pictures, but people were so engaged. So the idea was Violin Monster would draw people up there, and then Erica Briggs, the transportation expert in Ann Arbor, would lead people in a conversation. And it was weird to watch people just so engaged in conversation they wouldn't leave. It was really cool. And then the final installation was a campfire sing-along. This was just kind of fun. There was no like ulterior motive to this one in terms of learning about policy. It was more about this. I'd read this paper from the Greater Good Science Center from Berkeley, which you led me to, that says that when people sing together, they feel more connected to one another. It's pretty simple, but it works. And so we had a guy playing, typical campfire like country roads kind of songs, and handed out lyrics, and people just sang together. So we served s'mores. And so just a fun little way to kind of end the evening, come and sing together. So that was Feel Good Friday from a couple weeks ago, and hundreds of people came. It was so cool, really fun. But the next thing that's coming up is one of my cross-political dinners. We're calling it, Hey, We Need to Talk. And we were trying to find fun ways to sort of make it feel like delightful when people arrive, because, you know, they know they're coming to a cross-political conversation. But we want to, you know, but I'm trying to like lighten the mood a little bit, because like people need to have fun with this. And so, so one of the little gimmicky things that we're doing is we're going to give everybody a pair of 3D glasses, and then all the things like the little signs, you're not going to be able to read them unless you put on your little glasses. We do have the everything in normal type too, because even I'm like, I can't see this. But anyway, but you know, I'm excited when we get to take a picture of everybody with their little glasses on. So we're gonna have, we're shooting for 100 people, 50 left-leaning people, 50 right-leaning people. And they're gonna be led through a series of prompts that will get increasingly more intimate, but then open up to a more political conversation. So the idea is to establish the relationship first. And I've told people we are not talking about politics until I tell you you can talk about politics. So establishing relationships first. And I'm very much inspired by, do you remember a few years ago, there was a modern love called 36 Questions to Falling in Love. It's based on science. Dr. I think his name was Arthur Aaron, came up with 36 questions that you would ask each other to fall in love. So the whole, I mean, and each question, and the questions got increasingly more intimate. So that's sort of a little bit of what I kind of base these questions on. The questions are not necessarily directly from there, but the principle of it. Although the one interesting thing about the 36 questions was that then at the end, you were supposed to stare into each other's eyes for 4 minutes, which of course, like that is just, like try that for like 10 seconds. It's very hard, as you know. So we're not going to do that piece of it. So this is an example of the first question, that when people arrive, they will be paired with a left-leaning person and a right-leaning person, and they'll be paired together, and they'll walk around the museum together, and they'll tell each other a story. And then they will take the information that they heard about their partner and introduce their partner at the dinner table. So again, so you have to listen very deeply, and then you have to be able to like have empathy in order to like recount what your partner told you. We seat people in groups of 6, keep the conversations intimate, so that there's only one conversation going on at the same time. There's lots of little bits, which I'm happy to tell you all about, but I don't have enough time to tell you everything. So happy to tell you all the little details of that. Based in, all of this work is based on intergroup contact theory, which you heard about earlier. Essentially, the basis is you get people in a room together who would not normally be in a room together, and they become less discriminatory. They start to see each other differently just from proximity. So a lot of research around that. Couple things from the political perspective. That it's there's social science that says that if you share information like what I'm about to tell you, it helps people to relax and to be more open to having a conversation with a politically opposed person. One is what they call the perception gap. Both of the studies that I'm about to cite are from a group called More in Common, but there's lots of research that I can share with you that just tells you why we just completely misunderstand each other. But essentially, the perception gap. We don't even know the truth about each other. Republicans think that 32% of Democrats are gay, but 6% report that they are gay. Democrats believe that 38% of Republicans make $250,000 a year. The reality is 2% did. There's other research about like how many people, what you think it means to be in the 1%. What do you think mean? What is the income level you think makes you in the 1%? Throw out a couple numbers. Oh, 10 million, 1 million? Yeah, 250. If you make 250 or more, you're in the 1%. I assumed it would be at least 1 million. at least. So anyway, we have wildly misperceptions about each other. This is my most exciting piece of news for everyone, and that is the exhausted majority. And I don't remember who, I think it was actually Susan who said this. It's the extreme voices left and right who are driving the conversation. And that when they drive the conversation, whatever they say, we assign all the people who are on that side to have that opinion. And that's obviously not true. It's so much more complicated. It's so much more nuanced than that. And so the More in Common people found that 86% of Americans are what they call the exhausted majority. They divide everybody up into 7 categories. And then what they're saying is the 5 that are not the extreme are the exhausted majority. When I first looked at this study in 2018, it was 77%. Now it's 86%. Like, we're becoming more and more irritated and annoyed about polarization. So this is who is coming to the dinners. It's not the extreme sides. Many people often ask me, let me go back, because many people often ask me, how do you get the other side to come to the dinner? Like, that's the first question people ask me, and it's really hard. When I put out this invitation, liberals love this stuff. But I spent a lot of time recruiting people from the right. Until I had this recent experience that gave me so much hope. So we were having a lot of trouble with Ann Arbor. I mean, you can't get much more blue than that. And so my colleague at the museum posted an invitation on Nextdoor, and several people were like, "Oh my God, they're setting a trap, so don't go." I'm like, "Oh, this is ridiculous. Like, what are we going to do to you?" But then this guy wrote this, and it's too long to read, but basically he was like, "Philippa is it's a staunch Democrat. And, who knows what her motives are, her progressive motives, whatever." So I told Jim, invite that guy to lunch for me. And he did. And the guy, when I went to Ann Arbor a couple weeks ago, I had lunch with this guy. And I mean, he is a Trump voting, loves Hannity, all the things. And I am not exaggerating, within 5 minutes, we were talking about art, philosophy. We were talking about all this stuff and totally having like amazing conversation. We were at lunch for almost 3 hours together. And at one point he goes, "Hey, aren't we going to talk about politics?" I'm like, "No, we're not going to talk about politics. Like, we're having a relationship here, And then at the end he said, "Well, I know you want something from me." So I said, "Yes, I do. I need you to come to my dinner, and I need you to invite all your conservative friends." And he has been recruiting like crazy. And pretty much we almost have, the 50 people that we need because of this guy. And so I know that he's an exception, like the, statistics survey, but I also I'm very skeptical of those kinds of surveys because it doesn't capture feeling. And I don't know how to capture that. And so that I would love to talk to Susan more about, like, how do we capture this guy who I know he's exceptional, but not totally exceptional, because 86% of Americans are exhausted. And I am certain he's responsible for 40 people coming to this dinner, because before I talked to him, we had less than 10. So I don't know. So that is sort of my moment of hope. And I think I could, if I think I could. So that is absolutely the goal from now on. I should mention that Michigan is part of the Big Ten, and so the idea is to try to recreate this in other Big Ten schools, museums and Big Ten schools, and then maybe every campus museum in America could do something like this. And so this is the organization that I started after I started doing these things, these dinners during the Looking for America period, because I do believe curiosity connects us. And I know that our first speaker was a little bit, her research found that, she was it was a disheartening finding, except that I think there's more research to be done here. I think that we can actually turn those questions around to show that curiosity does actually connect us. Thank you. Yes, questions?
Thank you so much. This was amazing. Thank you. Thank you for being here in person. Close
it's so nice to
proximity.
be-
Yay,
so
proximity. Yes.
Thank you so much for that. That was really optimistic. Yeah. I'm interested to know, I feel like I identify as an introvert a little bit, and if I was to attend this, like, I'd want to know what to say and know what was going to be part of it. And I just don't know if, do you prepare anybody who's coming? Is this like a public invitation, or is the idea that whoever comes, comes, and whatever happens, happens, and that's kind of the point of it?
Yeah, I mean, definitely more the latter. I prepare, it is completely open to the public. This time we had a little bit of an application process because we had too many liberal people. And so I would have, so you had to kind of write down where you stood. And so I was trying to pick people who I felt would fit well. And anybody who's conservative, basically they can come, but it is open to the world. And, we strive, there's that very hard line of 50 liberals, 50 conservatives, but I do strive to have age diversity, race diversity, economic diversity is really important, but it is hard for introverts. I get that. And so, for this dinner, actually, I thought about that, and we will have a sort of reflective writing moment. So I feel like that can kind of help introverts have a way to speak. But I also find that people, it's, I hate to say magical, but I bet even you would like. Oh, you do get one prompt in advance. Yeah, so you do have one thing that you can prepare for. Yes.
That was just so, like you said, optimistic and good to know. So what's the follow-up after the dinner?
Very good question. I should also mention that I am an annoyingly optimistic person to many people. So I apologize to those who are annoyed by that, but like, I don't know. So the follow-up, very important. And that's why, we were trying to think of like multiple things to happen after, because as we know, like that story about Derek Black is one I use a lot, the former and white supremacist guy. It took a year of weekly dinners to get to the point where he would renounce his white supremacy. And so it does take that much, and it is a lot of work, and like nothing it will change with this one conversation, one dinner in the museum. Like I know that. So we actually are applying for a huge grant to try to keep this, to find ways to keep it going, because it takes multiple interactions over a long period of time in order to work. But so I know, I just see this at the beginning of the conversation. I've done this dinner in many places all over the place. And like, I rarely hear of anybody continuing it. Everybody's always excited at the end, like, oh my God, what can I do? And then nobody ever actually does anything. And so I think that it is incumbent on people like us to help provide opportunities to keep it going until it becomes habit for others. Because it's not, it takes a long time to create a habit. Mm-hmm.
So how do you prepare people to navigate, like if I was having dinner with a white supremacist, it would make me deeply uncomfortable. I would probably feel, nauseous and like how do you prepare people for these potential triggers?
Well, I don't have to, because 86% of Americans are not white supremacists, and white supremacists are not interested in having this kind of dinner. Now, I'm not naive. Like there is certainly a spectrum from white supremacy to somewhere in the middle. So I get that part. And so because we do lay ground rules in advance, and we do have light facilitation at each dinner. So each table will have a person who's been lightly facilitated. That's how we kind of maintain the conversation in a way that is more toward actually engaging in the sort of storytelling deeper way, and not veering off into these kinds of conversations. Now, it's really hard. We did have an instance at the dinner in Detroit where a person of color felt uncomfortable. And so she did, she did stand up. We had we had to have a whole side conversation about that. So so we are trying to think of ways to make sure that if there is that kind of moment, there is an outlet for that so that it does not continue in those directions. Sidebar on that though, just as when things get political, but not in that offensive kind of way, because I've told people you can't talk about politics until I say so. We're toying around with different ideas, and one is like giving people like 3 tickets. And if you talk about politics, or if you stray off of the rules of engagement, you have to give away one of your tickets. So anybody who has, and the more tickets you have at the end, the more chances you will have to win a big fabulous prize at the end. So just thinking about, remember like, those jars where if you swear you gotta like put in $1. So trying to like evoke ideas of things that you might be familiar with. So that's a side thing to what your question is, but trying to keep people in line, so to speak.
Thank you, Philippa, on describing these dinners. I'm curious, what opportunities do you present or opportunities have come out as far as taking action after these dinners and have you done any measurement to find out has any change happened in their mindsets or in what they do?
Yeah. Very good question, and one that really makes me very anxious. So when we did the dinners around the country, we did have surveys. So I do have metrics, whatever. But I just, like I kind of what I was saying earlier, is like, it's very hard to measure anything after one dinner. Like, sure, people are, if every survey is like, that was amazing. But you're right, like what happened after that? My gut is nothing. I don't know what happened after that, but my gut is nothing happened after that. And also you can't change anybody in one dinner. So the dinner isn't about persuasion. It's about forming the relationship and not trying to bring people into the center or to your side, just literally finding the existing commonality and then working from there. And there are existing commonalities. I know that for a fact. But so I don't know, that's a kind of a non-answer because what I know we'll discuss. Yeah, we'll talk.
Hi, Philippa. I find your approach on the relational aspects really interesting. I wanted to ask you, over the years that you've been doing this, have you found that the tone or the content of the conversations has shifted? And do you see it more as a kind of function of a person's culture, the things like values and norms that are really deep? Or do you see it more as a function of things like which are topical policies or this type of differences in terms of the cross-political spectrum conversations?
Well, one of the reasons why I tell people to not talk about politics is because, let's face it, most people don't really understand the issues. Like if you really like dug deep and you were start asking deeper questions about policy, most people don't, they think they know, but they don't. I mean, there is, again, science that says that people make all their decisions based on their emotions. They think they're being reasonable and rational. So like, I just take that off the table and just just keep hammering in on the relational, because that's where we're going to make the change, not people knowing this percentage of Americans do that or that percent, like people don't even know that information. So I just take that off the table. Does that is that answering? Or I feel like there's a little nuance that I have forgotten.
Yeah, I guess I was kind of thinking, well, are these people all the same at the very kind of deeper kind of cultural levels?
Yeah.
Or are they more like more surface level gripes or differences that they feel between the left and the right?
Yeah. Well, we're not all the same, but we are. There's a great book. I can't never remember what it's called, but it says that America is made up of 11 different cultures. And so, no, we're not all the same. Every part of the country I'd go to, like the issues, that the things that people cared about were very different. When I went to Alaska, people said that I'm an Alaskan first and then I'm an American, which I thought was so interesting. White people, not just, like white people were saying that. I'm like, well, that's interesting. So anyway, so yes, we're all completely different in what we care about and what we value, like our hierarchy of values. On the other hand, we're all the same. Like we all have the same basic human need. And I always go back to why storytelling is at the fundamental basis of all this, of anything that I do, the relational and the storytelling, is that it's, I mean, sometimes I feel like such a cliche when I say this, but know thyself. And, the Greeks had, the ancient Greeks knew something. They said that you have to know yourself first before you can even go out into the world and make a change and make a difference. And so I think that's what the storytelling is about. It's about exploring who you are and who you are in relation to others. And that's why it makes a difference.
I guess I just want to one up you on the optimism. I mean, what you're doing is essential, even though, yes, it takes multiple contacts and, long-term conversations to make change. You are opening hearts, you're planting seeds that from which so much can grow. That's what, and you are making art, and that's what it does. I mean, it's like I would never write another play if I thought to change somebody's life, they'd have to come to the play over and over and over and over again. And you hope that the event you are creating has seeds of transformation in it. And I know what you do does. So.
I like putting it as seeds for sure. Yeah.
I love that, right? Each seed has the potential of a whole tree, and this cycle is wonderful. Any other comments or questions? Philippa, thank you so much.
you.
Thank you. Awesome. And then Amy is our next speaker. Thank you, Philippa. Also would like to introduce yourself before we begin. That would be great.
You mean introduce myself?
Yes.
All right.
I don't have written remarks, so.
Okay. Yeah.
Philippa just started, and I mean, I distributed the bios. I should have said something, but we're just figuring it out. But Philippa's bio is also on the website, so you can find out more about her projects, her website, and her many arts projects, right? Yeah. So one of the things that's happening is that
I want to make sure it's all centered. Do I just go when I feel like it? Okay. All right. Everybody can see my screen. Okay, okay. Okay, hi everybody. My name is Amy Wilson. I'm going to be just like Philippa was talking about. I'm a practitioner in this world, so it's like I have done some research. I have Alif asked me to introduce myself. I like to work at the intersection of social change and compassion is what I like to work at. And I'm in the process of creating an empathy action collaborative. Or cooperative. Cooperative, kind of going together. I have nearly 2 decades of experience creating large culture shifts in the private sector and the public sector as a director of innovation at a management consulting firm on one side of the spectrum, but also director of innovation within the federal government and studied that in a large way. And so I have been, since I wrote my book, to almost 2 years ago, which is wild to think, which is the book is called Empathy for Change, which is also the name of the organ. Oh, you have the book. Great. I can get it signed. You can sign it. Perfect. Hello. Here we are. So this is the best kind of crowd. I was like, like I said in my post, I was like, I'm going to be talking to people who are like kind humans like me, so I'm not that worried about like who I'm going to be presenting to. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about like weaving community care with changing the system. And in the introduction to my book, I say this: although we're wired as humans to connect, we haven't been socialized or trained to cultivate empathy. For a long time, it has been generally accepted that some of us are inherently more empathetic than others, but new scientific and neurological research argues we can train our brains to be more empathetic. Others observe empathy is also a choice. But one thing is for certain, whether empathy is a skill to be acquired or a choice to be made, our future depends on our ability to harness it within ourselves and change for the better. Introduction into my world. So I have 3 parts to this story today. I'm going to be telling you some statistics that have been happening over the past 30, 40 to 40 years. There's a powerful tide that has been taking over our society as we know it. And these are some of the trends that we're seeing based on some scholars out there. In the past 40 to 50 years, narcissism is on the incline and empathy is on the decline, and been sharply declining in the past 10 to 15 years. Narcissism is seen as caring more about self, and ego is attached to that. Empathy, which I'll go in deeper into that later, is talking about how do you be in feeling with somebody as opposed to feeling for someone. So some things reasons why this gotten down this path. Susan Conrath, who authored one of the studies, it says the relationship between personality and culture is dynamic, with societal changes affecting empathy and changes in empathy feeding back into societal beliefs and norms. So she says that shifting attitudes and beliefs feed behaviors, decreased emphasis on others, and then changing expectations of success. So there's at least 4 studies here that specifically talk about that. Since the 1970s as well, 2 phenomena has been working against us. We are sorting ourselves with people who look and think like us, leading to homogenous communities, which is where the big sort is. They're becoming more different than each other. So those in cities tend to have more education, have higher paying jobs, and are single compared to those in rural areas with more blue collar jobs. It's been growing since the 1970s. And after World War II until the mid 70s, places were getting more alike. Now they're getting less alike. And one of those factors is political So also in Bowling Alone, this book was written 20 years ago, but for the first 2/3 of the 20th century, a powerful tide bore Americans even to a deeper engagement into the life of communities. But a few decades ago, silently without warning, that tide reversed. And so we're going into a space where we're now like being more alone and lonely. So it points to the finger, he points his finger at television and technology for the decline. And he says that a second predictor of the reason why we're going down this path is generational decline in almost all forms of civic engagement. And it was shaped by social habits and values during the Great Depression and World War II, but our latest generations have changed that. And I think I was like, I was looking at the slide, I was like, it's very ironic that I have the slide, it says together and there's one dot. But the third book I'm bringing to the conversation today is just launched last year from the U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy. In his book, he explores the loneliness epidemic, especially during the pandemic. He says that loneliness is the subjective feeling of having inadequate social connections. This feeling has increased over past decades because people are more geographically mobile and thus are more likely to be living apart from friends and family. And more people report living alone today than any other time since the census began collecting this data. In the workplace, especially, new models of working such as telecommuting and some on-demand gig economy contracting agreements create flexibility for us. And so we're not together anymore. And a Pew Research study says that between 1985 and 2009, the average size of an American socials network is defined by the amount of confidants they have in the world, declined by 1/3 just over a generation. And the diversity of those people whom they discuss important matters has decreased. And 12% of people in the US in particular have do not have people with whom they can discuss important things. So a lot of research are going to that place. The numbers that we're seeing is equivalent to smoking 15 cigarettes a day, like the negative health benefits, and then also is more deadly than lack of exercise and climate change combined. So it's I'm painting a bleak picture here. However, what's next? Is actually part 2, not part 3, but the findings of all this show we are a deeply lonely country in need of human connection, that we haven't really cracked the code on how to find it. So opportunities like Philippa talked about, other things I'm going to getting ready to talk to you about, is also allowing us to have opportunities for us to create what Martin Luther King Jr. talks about, beloved community. He envisioned beloved community as a society based on justice, equal opportunity, and love for one's fellow human beings. And the organizations I'm going to be talking about and the work is doing a lot of work in the realm of systems change and weaving that future. But the thing is, even though I just painted a bleak picture, it allows us to give us some hope, because we have to we can't just sit back and say, and that's what my entire book is about, is being like, we can't just sit back and be like, okay, this is happening to us. We have to step up and start doing something about it. So we must create the conditions that should exist. So for example, cultivating cultures of inclusion and belonging, building trusted relationships, and including collaboration and cooperation. So also what's interesting is that communities versus networks. And the definition of these is really interesting as far as what we look in and what we're looking at in the higher level of what society is telling us is, and this definition on either side is from this public school teacher from New York City, who was in the system for about 30 years, and he saw the challenges to the school system, and he wrote these main differences. And he said that a community is a place in which people face each other over time in all their human variety, good parts, bad parts, and all the rest. And some places promote highest quality of life possible, lives of engagement and participation. It's small and intimate, organic, and usually a captive place. On the other side is networks, which we have been building more of in the world. And networks usually are large and anonymous and encourage passivity and consumption. So the bigger question we're trying to ask here is, how might we lean more toward the community side versus the network side, and how we redesign systems? So for more than a year, I've been working with this Cameroonian immigrant based out of Austin, Texas. His name is Rudy. And he has this company called Rufari. And it's really interesting. He had like that spark. I love working with entrepreneurs because like they have this spark of amazingness that happens in the world. And he says that, you know, what we found is that we both love gathering people over food, and we know that we can transform company culture and foster a deeper sense of connection and belonging and empathy where people work, live, and play. And he's been building these immersive culinary experiences and events, but we're looking at it in a more holistic way and looking at how to scale it, similar to some of the conversations that I've been thinking about and reading about in the books that and the conversations I've been having with folks. And what we're looking at is like gatherings where we can start connecting over dinner is allows us to create opportunities to share stories and narratives from who we are and what might connect us together. We also can meet different people from different backgrounds and break down those preconceived beliefs about others. And you see that we believe that we also say we're more alike than we're different. And we can also find like-minded people. We can, people who care about the same issues that we're talking about, and that creates kind of a ripple effect and also creates action into the world. And I love this amazing quote by Jose Andres, who talks about, he created the world's central kitchen, another creative reaction to wild things that were happening in the world. And in response to the threat of the wall in Mexico during the Trump administration, he said, we should build longer tables, not higher walls. So snaps to that. So I've been thinking, how might we build longer tables with a community as a focus? And what would we do if we transform the world with these ideas? So I think there's an interesting thing here. I look at storytelling as a key component to all of this, and that's central to everything that we do at Rufari. Every course is a different story that we're weaving in together. So we're actually looking at taking storytelling to change systems, and there's 3 ways that we do that. Stories help make, prop up, and bring down systems. And this is bringing in some concept from Ella Saltmarsh, who's from the UK. She wrote this piece that she talked about collective storytelling allows us to be applied to systems change, and story can be seen as light, as glue, and as a web. So stories can be a light to illuminate the pathways ahead, glue to band us together, and to re-author the web of narratives we live in a bigger way. And so what we're doing next is experimenting with these kinds of concepts on how might we bring different groups of people together to lead towards system change in that bigger way. So we also have been seeing that there's a number of people who are quietly working in our neighborhoods and towns to weave deep connections and lead with love. So this is the focus of Weave, the Social Fabric Project from the Aspen Institute. They try to break down the problem of social trust that has been leaving Americans divided in many different spaces. So they do three different things as well. They support the weavers who are spreading trust and tackling important issues in the world. They lift up those voices. So, and then finally, they inspire new generations of people to be weavers within their community. So their mentality is not being like, we know what's best, but going to the weavers and connecting community and building weavers of people. So it's this community of community makers. It's a place where they're not recreating the wheel at the end of the day. They're bringing the change makers together to figure out what's next. And I also wanted to bring up Lead for America. I did deep research on this book, in my book around Lead for America. It's a nonprofit organization that is building stronger and more inclusive communities in taking diverse young leaders and putting them in local government roles and trying to give them the skills and resources to make change happen at the local level. So it's people right out of college who essentially send them back to their hometowns. And then they say, okay, you know, you might not go to that big city, but we're going to send you to probably a smaller city. And what they do is it's all based on community care. So they bring communities together to help solve systemic issues facing them. So there's three pillars with that. They focus on what is called community revitalization. They do place-based work, and they're inspired by Baltimore Core and Community Renewal in Shreveport, Louisiana. They do deep, sustained involvement in the communities. So the three things that they do is education. So they do civics education for young leaders. Number two, they create pathways and fellowships to go back to their hometowns. They're called pathways. And then finally, they have systems change. So they bring together different groups of people kind of as a big tent to kind of think about how might we change the system at that community level. Really amazing things that they're doing. And this convergent leaders framework is looking at different aspects of them as a leader. And on one side, it's the self. That is, you have to kind of look at like, how am I getting myself ready to creating the foresight of what's coming? So having the intuition and also working on innovation, but looking in the space of possibility. So that's where like, what could be, how do we create more of a just system? And then also at the top, you focus on practice. So how might I be more of service to the people that I engage with? And then finally, it goes to from self to the community. It's like, how do you turn your personal service into actual change that happens in the world? And really fascinating things that they've been working on. So I learned a lot from Maya Pace, who's the Chief Programs Officer. She had this to say when I was talking to her about care. This was her definition of care, but what is interesting and with their idea of that, of what community care is she said that community care is deeply powerful and transformative, and it lifts people up with deep love and accountability. So there's lots of stories that that are just coming out from that work that just was launched 2 years ago. So this is actual part 3. And so that leads us to, what does this mean? Where there's early stages of work that's being done across the spectrum as far as like having a greater and broader understanding of well-being. And there's just much more awareness that's there. So at the end of the day, for folks who are in this room, probably this is a moot point because talking about empathy and like what empathy really means. But in the context of our work, where it's about empathy is feeling with someone rather than for them. And what's interesting there is that in the space of when we're designing new spaces, we need to feel like we're designing with and not for. And so that we can get to a world where those people who are affected by the systemic problems that are challenging us, are now the world is designed by those people. So that's how it translates into my work. But empathy, when it comes to systems change, allows us to sense and intuit what the world needs, helps us to infuse this community care that we've been talking about, doing it with others, helping people feel seen and heard, and then also feel compassion for others and putting that into work. So that's when I think about weaving this community care into our work. These are the things that empathy allows us to do. And at the end of the day, I mentioned earlier, I was a director of innovation for different things, but I don't like using the word innovation. When I announce myself, I don't usually say director of innovation, for things, because at the end of the day, for me, it's like a positive change. How are we making the world better by being here? And so I see that as empathy plus action. And how do we do that in my world around human-centered design, participatory design? How do you design with rather than for, and share power and agency with the people that you're designing with? And one amazing experience of amazing organization that I've also had the lovely privilege of working with is this organization called the Creative Reaction Lab. Antoinette Carroll is the CEO, president, and founder of it, and it's based in St. Louis, Missouri. She founded this lab as a creative reaction to a tragic event. So in her hometown of Ferguson, Missouri, Michael Brown was murdered. And so she was like, she wanted to chip away at that larger systemic problem that she could see. And as a true designer and an artist, she actually started saying, let's start challenging systemic racism through helping to redesign systems of oppression with the experiences, and had a whole framework that is now being turned into the Institute for Equitable Design and Justice. And it just started a month ago, and I'm one of the founding members of this institute. And over the next year or two, it's going to be kind of launched in a larger way. And Antoinette is in helming this work. And what Antoinette mentioned is an abundance of empathy creates safety, confidence, power, and positive systemic impact. And you can't get, that's what we're looking for. We're hoping to get more compassion in the end of the day. And then one thing I wanted to mention, is that I would be remiss if I didn't mention this. Who knows what this is? Anybody? Have you seen in the past week? Okay, nobody. All right, I'm showing something you haven't seen. Okay. So I'd be remiss in saying this. This is cutting edge work. This is coming just last week. The Surgeon General, Dr. Murphy, mentioned him earlier together with the One. His team launched the Framework for Mental Health and Well-Being. And this is two basic feelings. At the top, it's looking at safety and security. And the 5 core areas are here. I highly recommend, hopefully we can share the slides and you can look at it, or you can just Google it. I'm sure it will pop up. But this framework is just being launched. And on top of the other things I was just sharing, there's a lot of interesting and kinetic energy happening in different cultures around the US and even the world that is making us rethink and refactor what does work, what does place, what does home look like. So to end everything, I just want to leave with a lovely sentiment by Jenny Anderson. She did this wonderful clip article in the Atlantic where she really, I think, hit the nail on the head on what I think community really is. And community is about a series of small choices and everyday actions. It's investing in somewhere instead of trying to be everywhere. And then finally, communities are built like Legos, one brick at a time. And there is no hack. And so at the end of the day, we must measure our success by whether the people we care about also love us back, and vice versa. And are we trying to create more community rather than division, and more community care versus separation? So it's a choice, just like empathy is a choice in many different research that we're doing. And also we can cultivate those things and put action into our own hands. So just wanted to share one quick thing for folks. I just relaunched my podcast this week. So if anybody is interested in learning and going deeper into empathy, I have a co-host that's pretty wonderful. That's taking the concepts that I found and work in my book and the people that I engage with and find in the world, and I bring them into it. We're talking about current events and things like that. So I would love to have you all, listen in and also suggest topics because we got lots of things popping up. So anyway, so this is how you can stay in contact with me if you want to, chat some more about like who I am as a person. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy. I feel like, the community building is like Legos, one brick at a time. And I feel like, have you watched the Lego movie? Anybody? Those guys, they're like, yeah, we need a spaceship. And then just somebody picks up a wheel and then jumps on it and they build the vehicle as they fly, I think that's what we are doing here in a way, we are finding our own way, own tools and mechanisms. So thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. We have time for maybe one or two questions before we move into our next session. Or any comments? I'm sure there's a lot, but it is,
I probably said profile.
Yes, there you go.
So this is a great overview. When are you coming up with the workbook for how to do this?
Well, do I talk into this?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I'm actively working on two things that are going to be announced very soon. One thing that's already happening is I have a support group called Healing from Work. And I've been actively over the past 8 months building a workbook and testing it out with the support group, right? Because it's like looking at the place of like, you need to heal from past big T trauma and little T trauma so that you can build community. And it's like, that's the whole point behind it. And so then the cooperative is splitting off and now we're going into more action rather than talking about what the problem is. And then a second thing I'm working on with a friend who is a master storyteller is called How to Be Human at Work. And it's going to be a longer term strategy. So workbook, I can probably put a workbook together too. So yeah, I got a lot of things that I'm trying to do.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, then perhaps we can wrap this session up. Thank you so much, Amy. Maybe we can have, a quick 5-minute break and then we come back for our workshop. So you might have noticed that there was this recorded video message from Amelia, but I think I'm going to share with you tomorrow. It's just 5-6 minutes and we can maybe save a little bit time that way because we are running behind. Thank you. See you in 5 minutes.
Okay. You've been doing such a Okay, cool.
Okay.
So are we ready for our next session, which is a wonderful workshop? Okay. Yes, please, go ahead.
All right. Hi. Maybe this is on. Hi. Welcome back. All right. So I'm going to introduce myself in a minute, but first, because my presentation is coming at 3:50, I'm going to ask y'all to indulge me for a minute and stand up if you can and are so inclined. We are going to shake it in, shake it out. Okay. Like direct it up there and just like dig it out. Shoot it out if you want to like dig it out. Out it goes. Woo, woo, woo. All right. Just your other hand, because you got one, put it down wherever you want. And I want you to take good intention, see it out to the people in the room. Take all of like what you want to learn, anything that inspired you today, just like take it and just dig it in. Just like dig it in. More of that. And it goes. Woo. I want you to both of your hands, bring them close together, intertwine them, bring them down over your heart. On theme, on theme. Okay, we're out here. We're present. And I'm grateful for all. Okay, thank you. All right, so my name is Yvel Gontan, and I am the Director of Empathy Initiatives at the Woodland Park Zoo in Seattle, Washington. I'm going to talk a little bit more about who I am in a second, but first I'm going to give you an overview of my presentation. So I'm going to start with introduction and welcome. I'm going to talk a little bit about empathy within the context of zoos and aquariums. We've been hearing a lot about empathy today. I'm going to ground us in that space. Empathy and conservation. We're going to do an activity, hands-on. We're going to embody exhibit designers, habitat designers, and then we're going to have some discussion and closing. Okay, so you've met me and you may have noticed that Sarah is not up here. I wanted to mention, just so that you all know, that Sarah had the bulk of the science of our presentation and also the bulk of the experience in empathy in zoos and aquariums. And so I just wanted to mention that. So as you're reserving your judgments, you can cast them over to Sarah. Just kidding. Okay, so more about me. I am daughter of Aida and Jose Gontan. I am a first-generation Cuban American. For the last 10 years or so, I've been working in science museums, and most of my work in science museums has been led, at least inspired by, there's been this undercurrent of social justice. It's very important to me. I have done research and evaluation. I've done program management. Now I'm a director. I've worked in gender equity, so I worked in girls in STEM for a while. I've worked in community engagement, so how do we prioritize community needs, wants in terms of science? How do we frame that relationship? And here I am, just under a year in as a director, which has been a really wild and way more challenging experience than I was anticipating. And also the transition from being in museums into zoos and aquarium was a pretty stark transition that I'm happy to chat more about at another time. I really appreciate this quote by Jay. Okay, so what do we do? So I oversee two projects at the Woodland Park Zoo. One of them is called the ACE for Wildlife Network, Advancing Conservation Through Empathy for Wildlife, is what that acronym stands for. And it is a network of 20 zoos and aquariums across a 7-state region, from Alaska to Wisconsin. And these 20 organizations collaborate on finding emerging promising practices for empathy within the zoo and aquarium context. So that could be design, so like how we incorporate empathy into the design of a habitat. It could be keeper talks. How do we improve keeper talks to promote more connection with guests and visitors? It could be even school camps, like how do we just got a proposal from Anchorage, Alaska, Alaska Sea Life Center, who will be working on a summer camp and incorporating empathy promising practices into those camps. So the work of this network is pretty broad. The other project I oversee is called the Empathy Collaborative, and this is a local South Seattle community co-design project where we are engaging with community members, community-based organizations, to figure out how can the zoo be more relevant and eliminate barriers to participation from local underserved, underrepresented communities. And also, how do we understand empathy through that lens? So what makes empathy programming relevant to communities that don't necessarily traditionally visit these spaces? Okay, so this is probably the 400th definition of empathy that you've seen today. And this is how we talk about it. So empathy is a simulated emotional state that relies on the ability to perceive, understand, and care about the experiences or perspectives of another person or animal. So we talk about this in empathy in 3 different ways: cognitive empathy, affective empathy, and motivational empathy. So we define cognitive as the ability to recognize the condition and or perspective of others. We've heard about this as mirror neurons. We can recognize sort of the perspective of another creature. Affective, the ability to sense the perceived emotions of others. So I begin to feel what you are feeling. And motivational, the ability to sense another's needs and be motivated to improve the life of another, also called empathetic concern or compassion. Now, as was mentioned in another presentation, it's not like first you do the cognitive, then you do the affective, and then you're motivated. People come in and out of these and maybe experience one and not the other. And so it's not a linear process of the experience. The idea is that if we can provide visitors more opportunities to feel and take the perspective of animals, then they can be motivated to take caring or conservation action for wildlife. So to act, people need to know more than the why, and an emotional connection is crucial. I wanted to differentiate a little bit between conservation action and caring action, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But one of the goals is incorporating empathy into your guest's action. It's not the only goal. In fact, it may not even be an appropriate goal depending on your audience. Recent work out of the Como Park Zoo and Conservatory has found that another outcome can be to empower guests to take motivating actions. Motivating caring actions, which I'll talk about more in a second. The idea also is that learning more about animals and their needs allows for empathy instead of sympathy, which is one of the distinctions that we want to make. We don't want folks to feel sorry for the creatures in our care. Zoos and aquariums play a very unique role in their communities. And I'll be the first up here to tell you that I am not completely sold on this idea. I have a sense that there is problematization around zoos and help keep having animals in captivity. And that is, empathy is starting to play this like rebranding effort. And so I have some complicated emotions and feelings myself around this space, but do think that there is some promise in connection. And I'll take the bells as affirmation. So one of the things that's special about zoos and aquariums is that you get to have experiences that you may not otherwise have in your life. We have a pair of rhinos, Taj and Glenn. They're siblings. No, they're not siblings. They were born one day apart, though, in different parts of the country and then brought together. And they love each other. They snuggle. They like sleep next to each other. They have like a very close brotherly bond. Now, when a guest visits our zoo and we have a keeper talk, they get to learn all about Taj and Glenn and their behavior and like their relationship. They get to see them. Some guests even get to like feed them. And so that's an experience that you would never otherwise have. And these experiences are very powerful and have a lot of potential in creating these connections. And these connections are vital to empathy development. While empathy continues to be developed over one's lifetime, the ease of these emotional connections that facilitate empathy are more easily made when we're young. So that is one of the reasons that, as this little girl is experiencing, we see the value of these spaces in creating more empathetic society. Okay, so this was part of Sarah, who works at the aquarium. This is part of her part of the presentation. So we sent these slides in before Sarah got sick. So I'll tell you about this little kitten. It's an otter, and his name is Rialto. That's what he looked like when they first met him. He was a sea otter pup that was found abandoned on a beach along the Washington coast. It's not uncommon for these situations to happen where they find their way into these predicaments, but it's relatively uncommon that they find their way into care. They usually will die. So a few campers found Rialto and made the right calls and connected the people. And then a few weeks later, Rialto looked like this. What I love is that in the slides it says, "Wait for the odds." So is very sick, and the vet gave just a 12% chance of recovery. But Rialto made a remarkable recovery and now lives in his forever home in the Vancouver Aquarium. So Rialto is not why we became interested in empathy, but a few pictures and a half-hearted retelling of the story, and now you've got empathy coming out of your ears. So we really recognize the power of these stories, the power of these moments and these experiences. And so this slide, she was going to talk about the less charismatic creatures. Those are sea anemones. And one of the conundrums, I suppose, of this field is that, Rialto could elicit very quick, like oohs and ahs and a lot of feeling, but maybe I think they're darn cute, but these anemones don't have the same sort of like tug at your heartstrings. And so how do we promote empathy with the less charismatic animals, such as like barnacles or sea anemones or sharks? Okay, this is Fiona. So when people saw her, they fell in love. She rules, I forget what zoo she's at, but she absolutely rules their Instagram page and is just the most darndest, cutest little thing. When people saw her, they fell in love and wanted to increase or sustain her joy. And to such an extent that they donated to the zoo's wildlife conservation causes. So this is called empathetic joy. As we were talking about earlier, this is it in another context. So another thing, this is part of Sarah's piece of it, so I'm kind of ad-libbing for her. So negative empathy is defined as sharing the perceived negative emotions, so fear, pain, or suffering of an animal, and wanting to help alleviate those feelings. Positive empathy, on the other hand, is defined as the motivation to help sustain or extend a positive state of being for an animal by empathetically sharing feelings such as joy, playfulness, satiation, positive social relationship, or rest with an animal. I think there was something associated with this slide that I do not know, so enjoy. Enjoy some urchins. Okay. Oh. Ooh, I have a different one. Okay, so this is a different slide that maybe came up at another point after I sent the slides, but I was going to talk a little bit about these different effective practices that we know draw out empathy. So there's framing, modeling, knowledge, experiences, practice, and imagination. So when we're framing how we hold, interact, or talk about the animals in our care with our guests, that's part of that, that practice. Modeling a positive, empathetic behavior and encouraging caring action. Increasing knowledge, so sharing, that's more of like the fact sharing that we're more familiar with. And empathy without facts can create confusion and misunderstandings about what animals need. That sometimes comes up as projecting. So when you're walking around a zoo and you see snow leopard or a jaguar alone in the habitat. Maybe it's pacing, feel like kind of like a lot of strong feelings for it. Maybe it's lonely. But cats prefer, as some of us who own cats know, maybe prefer to have their alone time. And so we can project our own feelings of what might make us comfortable onto animals, and then that might be misguided empathy. And then we'll have more around activating imagination. So through taking on animals' perspective, role playing, mimicry, and storytelling. Storytelling, I'll share an interesting anecdote from the Seattle Aquarium. Recently, I went there and I saw a puppet show about Catastrophe the cat. There's also a short story, and it was a beautiful puppet show. And one of the things that I really appreciated in terms of the concept of empathy was the power of just this story of a cat who lost its way and was on the beach and encountered all these different animals. And I think just witnessing the pure wonder and joy of the kiddos who were just along on this journey with this cat was a very powerful moment for me. And so I think that there's much power in blending disciplines, multidisciplinary approach to fostering empathy in these spaces in particular. So why are we interested in empathy? We want to do more than just give visitors the feels. We want to promote conservation behavior. And so this is an interesting, I call it benevolent manipulation. And I would love to talk about it at any point, but we believe in conservation. We believe that wild spaces are quickly eroding and it's our job to do something about it. The mission of the Woodland Park Zoo is to inspire people to make conservation a priority in their lives, which it is a priority for the earth if we don't make changes in our behavior. So there's this grounding on it being important. So we believe that sort of increased incentives, decreased barriers and internal motivations will help lead to this conservation behavior. Okay, now we're going to talk more about caring action. So I talked earlier about caring action and conservation behavior. Caring action is what is motivated at the zoo. It's sort of like, what changes can you make right now that will help promote empathy towards wildlife? I really appreciate this one. These two are at the Seattle Aquarium and the gorilla is at the Woodland Park Zoo. That it's not polite to stare. Gorillas prefer to look at each other from the corners of their eyes. A direct stare means you're challenging one another, which may lead to a fight. Our gorilla keepers have learned to peek sideways at the gorillas too, out of respect. Can you try it? So, having spent some time at our gorilla enclosure, I will tell you that this does not always work, and that absolutely you'll have the kids. So it doesn't always work. But it is an opportunity that we have to sort of ground people in the space that they're in and help them think a little bit more about how their actions have implications and effects in the very near term. Here we have the quintessential touch tank. Please use one finger touch. Don't touch the fish. I really appreciate this one. Do not stand, sit, or lean on the defense. If you fall, animals could eat you, and that might make sense. I really love the framing of that. Sort of decenters that you've been in the figure. And then we have the bigger picture, I guess, of this, which is conservation action. So you might see these at the end of an exhibit, sprinkled throughout sometimes. Is like, what can you do to make any dent or any difference in this whole big predicament that we're in? And the messaging will range from a behavior change related to consumer habits. So many of you have heard about sustainable palm oil as being really important to help sustain orangutan habitats. You may have heard like fair trade, eco-friendly coffee, sustainable seafood, the Monterey Bay Aquarium has a very successful sustainable seafood watch. pamphlet that they issue. I don't know how often they renew it, but kind of gives you the guide of what to eat and what not to eat. Another way it comes out is our interactions with wildlife. So just leave them be. And when we're camping, perhaps in habitats that are increasingly incurred upon, so like bear boxes, like maybe put anything that might interest a bear into a bear box, so we discourage more of those unwanted interactions. And sometimes they include making a commitment to be more present in nature. So recently I had the opportunity to visit the Natural History Museum in Los Angeles and saw an exhibition on the life of Jane Goodall. And at the end of the exhibition, there was a big monitor that was a call to action. And you get to choose like what you're gonna do. And I was like, nah. But now I'm a professional, so I've got to like dig into it and like absorb it. And so I like looked through all the options, and one of them was like, I'm gonna go on more hikes. Okay, I can do that. Signed up for it, and then I got an email like maybe a couple weeks later, like, are you going on more hikes? How's that going for you? So that's just an example of the way that that these spaces encourage these types of actions. Another one that comes to mind that was very interesting happened at the Northwest Trek in Washington, where we were doing this auto tour. It's this big park, and you get to like, we had a caravan of cars, like all like following the leader through this park, and there were mountain goats and bison and all kinds of animals that you would just sort of see. I mean, if you were lucky, you would see them. Sometimes you don't see them. We saw a few. And then as we were going, we had to all turn our radios to a certain station and hear the same narrator talking. And she was talking about changes that she made in her own life. So she talked about reusing containers. She talked about making a catio. So that's a cat patio for her cats to be able to be outside, but not killing the birds, which we don't want. And so she talked about some actions that she took. And I was, even though I knew it was coming, I was still like, reflecting, what can I do? What opportunities do I have to change behaviors? And so that modeling piece that I talked about earlier, sort of like how does staff play a role in bridging this empathy gap? Okay, now we're going to move into a design break where you will be moving into groups of 4 or 5. So find a table with 4 or 5, and we're going to embody designers. Okay, folks at home, this is it for you. Thank you for joining us for the first day of the Empathy Summit. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for
moving into groups. So now we are going to embody design. So your assignment is to design a signage. Signage like the ones you saw this morning. You'll have around 10 minutes to brainstorm what to design, and then you'll have 5 minutes to discuss it with your team. So we've got team urchin, team participants, we've got team arrangement, and team hang out with them. Yeah, I love it. Go away.